There we go. We got sound now. We got sound. Okay. I think we're back to working. It's been a morning. I didn't expect to do this. I just thought, what the heck, I'm here. Might as well. Sitting at my computer. Do you have sound now, Cash? And don't do a 5x5 or a 2x2. You can beat me with a 2x4, but that's as good as it gets. So who remembers Shanda Vander Ark? Shanda Vander Ark, she was a Michigan woman. She was convicted of the first-degree murder of a child abuse of her 15-year-old son, Timothy Ferguson, in 2023. She was sentenced to life in prison with possibility of parole in January. I'm sorry, without the possibility of parole in January 2024. Timothy, he has special needs. He was found dead in the family's Norton Shores home in July of 2022. He was only 69 pounds. Evidence at the trial that was presented showed a systematic pattern of torture and neglect, including starvation. He was deprived of food, sometimes forced to eat hot sauce. He was put in restraints. He was handcuffed, forced to sleep in a closet. He was forced to do ice bath for a long period of time. Shanda was a law clerk, and she had like this sophisticated understanding of legal proceedings, and the prosecutors argued was a factor of her actions and stuff. During her trial, she took the stand. She fake, in my opinion, vomited when she was shown pictures of her son. And about an hour after deliberation, they had found her guilty. So let's see. Why are they wasting time on this woman? Well, you know, TCN, I don't really know a 2x4. So that's what I said. Don't do no anything. But you can pop me with a 2x4. It's early in the morning, and I don't do early in the mornings. It's not a thing for me. I'm not a morning person. Considering that I usually sleep until 11 or noon, but I had a doctor's appointment this morning, so here I am. Timothy's brother, I don't know if y'all remember, his name was Paul Ferguson. He also was sentenced for child abuse in connection with the case. She's seeking a new trial. She claims she wasn't competent to stand trial and that she received ineffective assistance from legal counsel. So they had a court hearing this morning. So I don't know. I don't know what's taken. Go back to bed and don't waste your breath. Thank you. I think he weighed 69. Yeah, he was 69 pounds. 69 pounds at his death. Yep. That was a hard one. It was a rough one. But yeah, supposedly they're going to have a hearing this morning. It was slated to be at 8:00, but here it is, 26 my time, and still nothing. So, and welcome in, everybody. I don't normally go live this early, nor have I been on this channel in a short time. But it was a rough trial. Cash, there was 2 separate trials, Cash. There was a trial for her and then a trial for his brother also. His brother had assisted in all this and helped his mom. Like, they had video cameras throughout the house, and his mom would direct Paul, his brother's name was Paul. She would tell Paul what to do to Timothy about giving him these ice baths and hold a piece of pizza roll, hold a pizza roll in front of his nose and let him smell it to wake him up to see if he wanted to eat, but don't give it to him. It was a crazy trial. It was a lot, Cash. It was a lot. But you watch a lot, some things just get you angry and sad. I know. Same here. Same here. I get frustrated, and then it's like, God, do I even want to do this trial, because this is just a really oh, 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 guess what? Guess what? I got my stream back, and I got my strike taken away. I was so proud of that. I was so proud of that. Why can't I play you on my phone? I don't know. You're in TCN, you're in vertical. You're in vertical. I can see on the thing you're in vertical view. I don't know. I don't normally. I can only. I don't know what you're saying, girl. I have no clue what you're saying. It's too early in the morning for me to be thinking. You want out? Click the three dots on the top, go to channel, and click the three dots on the top right hand side. Click go to channel, and you click the second stream. And the second stream is the uh, horizontal stream, not the vertical stream. We've learned this. Did everybody get your coffee this morning? Because mine was so much needed. I needed my coffee this morning. So this afternoon at my normal time, just to be thinking ahead, this afternoon you're back. Look, you're out of the vertical jail. You're out of the vertical jail. But no, so later today, I'm going to review over our lovely little Morgan Geyser. She decided she was going to escape, and so I figured this afternoon we're going to go over that. We're going to go over the body cam stuff that I have, and oh, you have to behave. No, you don't, Cash. You don't ever have to behave. Not in my chat. Okay, you have to be respectful. There's a difference. There's a difference between being behave and being respectful. And then after we're going to go over Morgan's great failed escape. Then I'm going to go over the updates on the Anna Kepner stuff on the cruise boat. I want to go over that, any of the updates that I've found, and there was one other thing I was gonna. Oh, this crazy Houston Bayou serial killers, y'all. They keep trying to say we got a serial killer in Houston. I beg to differ. So I'm just going to put out facts of what I know and kind of review the last stuff that's been going on for the last 6 months. You're working on David, and she wasn't frozen. Where are you getting she wasn't frozen? Because everything that I've read over the last 2 days was saying that she was like in a frozen state or something. True crime. I just put something about that on my community post. BBC and UK reported it. Oh, so they did say that case. I mean, I've listened to it a little bit. I listened through let me see. I'm going to drop his link. Mark doesn't ever come in here, but I'm going to drop his link because I really enjoy his content on. Well, I was going to. I think this is it. Nope, that's not it either. Huh. Hang on a minute. Let me see if I can find his page. It's a confuddled one. You are absolutely right about that. It's very confuddled. It is all over the place with where is Mark's? Well, damn, I was going to drop Mark's link, but I don't see. Let me see. Here we go. Okay, I got Mark's link. Mark the Shark. Here we go. You've been watching on Rabbit. Yeah, Rabbit Down the Rabbit Hole. She has good stuff too. She has real good stuff. I want to drop Mark's link. He doesn't come in here often, but I know he has done a wonderful job growing his channel, and he kind of has done it since the Celeste case took off, and he's actually been there and to the area and done walkthroughs of different, like, some of the different houses. He's done videos at the actual scenes and stuff. He's really cool. He takes late night walks and does he's a really good guy. Well, I appreciate that, guys. Like I said, I don't get to go in there a lot because he streams a lot when I stream, and so when we kind of overlap each other. Sure, put your link in, TCN. I could find it. Let me see if I can find it. Ugh, my little place is all over. Let's see. I can get it for you. There we go. I'll drop your link, TCN. I like that new picture you have too, and I like your new I got it. I put it in. There's true crime celebrity news. Always trying to help a friend out while we're waiting, you know? Yes. Yes. Cash, I'm always liking your videos of your dogs. Stop it. Let's see. Let's see if I can find yours very easy, because I know I see yours from my phone. I see yours from my phone all the time. You could drop Cash. Can you drop it in there yourself, bud? Mine's pretty. I have mine open where if you want to drop a link, you're more than welcome to. I have trouble. Let me see if I can find it this way. I'm not in my backstage, so I can't like click on your name and go to your channel. I have to go through here. Hang on. Let's see if I can go through it this way. Oh, nope. I'm in the wrong studio. Cash, drop your link. Oh, wait, I know how I can do it. Change studios. See, I haven't used this channel in a while. They're just taking their own sweet time with this, ain't they? See it live. Live control room. Hello. I don't mind. I want it in there. You know why? Because even though the stream may be over, the fact is that I don't delete my chats. So if somebody is to come back later, and review my stream, they will see the chats, because I don't delete. I'm not a dirty deleter. Yeah, if there's a nasty comment or something like that, but I'm always about promoting other channels and letting people know who all's out there, Yeah, well, this is a Gunther hearing, and the Gunther hearing is just, that's what they call it in Michigan, and it's just, she's asking for a retrial for ineffective counsel. I think she thinks that, because she was smarter than the rest of the room, that she should get better privileges, more privileges, since she had thought she was going to be a lawyer, which obviously didn't work out very well. Well, I don't know. She could be a jailhouse lawyer, guys. We don't know that. I'm gonna sit here and chit chat for 30 minutes. Let me see if I can find just an old stream on her while we're waiting. Let's see. Just kind of an update, seeing if I can find out what she's doing. You think she knows she's screwed? Well, the last time she came to court, she sat there and wrote the whole time. Oh yeah, a couple more years of privileges. Oh, we're not going to watch her because I don't like that creator. Okay, Sheila, that was rude, but Here, let's listen to Vinny for a few minutes while we're waiting.
The call came in as a boy not breathing and felt cold to the touch.
She was seeking food that was not necessary. It was solved by placing locks on the fridge, freezer.
Okay, so big trigger warning. We're going to watch this for a few minutes just while we're waiting. This is called Monster in Plain Sight, Accomplice to Murder with Vinny Politan.
His weight was 69 pounds. That was essentially 0 percentile.
That was a 15-year-old child in Michigan in July after therapy. I can close my eyes and see those photographs. I'll see them forever.
Shanda was always very calculating. Like her mother.
Something's wrong.
Thinking something. Did they refer to you because he was hungry?
Just outside of Grand Rapids, Michigan, in Norton Shores, stands an ordinary-looking house on a quiet cul-de-sac, indistinguishable from its neighbors. But behind those unremarkable walls, a horrific crime unfolded, one whose abject cruelty would shock even the most seasoned lists, leaving police to grapple with a chilling question. Was this person a willing participant, or had they been manipulated into torture?
I don't either. I enjoy listening to Vinny. As silly as it sounds, he can put me to sleep easily. Like if I'm ready to go to bed and lay down, he's something I put on to listen to go to sleep, and that's not in a bad way. Not in a bad way. He just has a voice that is calming for me. Good morning, indie girl. How are you today? I haven't seen you in a while. And, I haven't been alive in a while. Oh, I haven't been alive. I'm alive. I just haven't been live on this channel. I'm going to be live on the other channel later this afternoon. But we're listening to Vinny while we're waiting on this court hearing because just like last time, Shanda was like forever late. So.
And then murder by a person whose actions can only be described as pure evil.
The call came in as a boy not breathing and felt cold to the touch.
Sean Stefanich of the Norton Shores Police Department was one of the first officers to respond to the scene into a bedroom where he was greeted by a horrific sight.
Those kind of fishy balls. That's what I hear. He looks like he's 50 pounds. What do you say, 15 days more straight? That's more than 15 days. I was thinking.
At the officer's feet lay the emaciated body of a teenage boy, later identified as 15-year-old Timothy Ferguson, dressed in a sweater and jeans that hung loosely from his skeletal frame.
And if we remember correctly, when they went over this, like I said, we're still waiting for the hearing to happen. But when this happened, I believe they ended up dressing him because he was not dressed at the time of the incident. There was an issue about the way his clothes were on, and the young man was not on a hunger strike by any means. He was being starved by his mother and brother.
I've dealt with hundreds of homicide investigations. I've seen crime scenes. I've seen that close to this. The pictures of him in the home and the pictures of him at the autopsy are just haunting.
After viewing the body, Officer Stefanich spoke with Timothy's mother, Shanda Vander Ark, as he attempted to piece together.
And the way she acted during this whole interaction and the body cam stuff, the whole time, she had no real emotion in my eyes. In my opinion, this woman had no emotion towards this. Yeah, the brother was involved too. I mean, and the thing was, if I remember correctly at the time, the father had custody and she wasn't even supposed to have custody. Oh my Lord. See, I'm over here watching this. They said that she's got a medical issue. Oh, well, thank you, Crash, for telling me that. And the hearing's delayed. Go figure. This woman always has a medical issue. Of course she has one. Jeez. Well, I appreciate you telling me that. I appreciate that. Jeez, goodness gracious. All right. Well, I just figured we'd play this while we waited. I'll go ahead and let this finish playing out. We'll watch this, and then we'll go. So any of y'all want to stick around and listen to the story? Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. If y'all are okay staying and hanging out, I'll keep playing this. Yes, it is absolutely nuts. It's like every time this woman, I mean, last time she was sick, she had problems. When they had a hearing, and I remember she just sat and wrote the whole time, but she had an attitude, but we'll finish watching this. I don't mind. I'm not in any rush. I'm awake for now.
What had happened. According to Shanda, Timothy was so skinny because he had been on a hunger strike.
I had no idea. I would have taken him in or something.
She recalled that she had had some contact with him the night before, and he had said something to her, and she tried to give him a hug, and he said, "No, Mama," and kind of pushed her away, and then he went downstairs to his bedroom.
Shanda said she heard Timothy fall off the bunk around 5:30 a.m., and when she found him unresponsive, she immediately called 911.
And I came down, and he's kind of like...
Okay, well, you're in the perfect room. I don't know if you know, but I have another channel. You know what, y'all? Let me drop my other channel in here just because, I guess I can. Because, just so it's out there too, right? We're all dropping our channels. So if you're not subbed up, this is the channel that I'm working on growing, and this is where I'm normally live. Until I can I'm working on the Crime Time with Sheila. There's some stuff in the background I'm still having to fix, so we don't have super chats, we don't have memberships and stuff like that. I do have memberships. Oh, let me go drop some memberships. You don't watch her? You think she's rude? You think that Rubber Ramada is rude? It's nice being... my problem is that my husband works nights, so I'm not a morning person. But yeah, that rubber person, man, she's weird. I was gonna say she could be a mouthy bitch. That's usually the biggest problem, is she gets real mouthy and she gets foul. But to speak on that woman, Miss Sheila of Rubber Ramada Room Reviews. She will be on at 3 this afternoon Central with some updates on some cases. So, anyways, I'm going to hit play, let this play a minute. I was going to get something while I'm letting it play. I'll be right. I'm here, but yeah. And on the side, kind of like, what the heck?
But her story immediately aroused suspicion among the other first responders.
Story that she's given is that she last talked to him at 5:30. Mortis, like his jaw's starting to lock up. There's no way that she talked to him at 5:30. No way. She said that she just.
As other officers arrived, they made more strange and unsettling discoveries.
Handcuffs here. It's like a webcam right there. I didn't even notice that. What the hell?
You hear him? A webcam here, handcuffs, hot sauce. They're like, what in the world is happening? They have just walked into this house of horrors without realizing what they've walked into. It's absolutely disgusting. And thank you, my puppies. Yes, in case anybody hasn't noticed, haven't seen on my Rubber Ramada channel, I did put out a 1 week update of the puppies. They are 1 week old, and I put that out this morning. So yeah, my babies are awake. But yeah, could you imagine these cops? They walk in and here they find hot sauce, they find cameras, and this is in a bathroom. In the bathroom, there is a camera to watch this young man, go to the bathroom. They watch this man take his ice baths. Oh yes, they're gonna need therapy for sure.
Refrigerator and the freezer have locks.
It's just everything in there is weird. There's webcams all over the place in the basement. I mean, if you go into the bathroom, it'll sit there.
That's weird. When confronted, Shanda explained that Timothy had been diagnosed with autism and other developmental disorders.
So you did hear that. He has autism and other developmental disorders. So right then and there, the fact that these two are just sitting there so cold and calculated, knowing what they've done to this poor young man, is just disgusting.
It was a difficult child to deal with. That was sort of the explanation for some of the locks and some of the cameras.
Police also interviewed 2 other individuals present in the house when Timothy died. His younger brother, whom we'll refer to as G, and his older half-brother, Paul.
All right. The 4 of you live here?
So yes, there was another brother. They used the initial G for him. So there was a whole other child in this house. Thank God was not harmed during any of this that we know of.
Normally,
They had interviewed him, and he had sort of told kind of the same story in terms of Timothy had been on a hunger strike. And
Initially, investigators ran into a dead end when they inspected the many webcams scattered throughout the house.
ultimately, what we learned is that that data could not be retrieved either because it was off, on servers in countries that we couldn't touch, or it had been deleted.
When investigators asked Shanda to come to the Norton Shores Police Department to give a more extensive statement, they hit a wall.
At that point, as is her right, obviously.
With Shanda no longer cooperating, investigators were left trying to piece together a series of sinister clues to solve the...
Look at there. Zip ties. But we're going to take a moment just because I dropped a few memberships. I haven't got to do that for in a while because I haven't been on the channel. So I do want to say thank you for being here and being actually subscribed. And with subscription, you have the option of getting a gifted membership. And those 5 went to Katie Bell, which is our beautiful case one, C. Taylor, Allison Miller, Unsolved Amy, Boston, and Unicorn Rancher. And I have 5 more. I'm going to go ahead and drop those 2 just because I'm not sure when I'm going to get back on this channel to be able to drop those. So let's just do it now while we're having fun and see who those go to. Ramada drops loads. Let's see, that went to Sherry from Aussie, Kay Wood, Glinda Airby, and Sheila in New York, and Norma. Norma got one. All right. See there, guys? See there? It's all fun. Am I keeping a puppy? No. No. We're not going to keep a puppy. I cannot have another puppy. Nope. Nope. I'm trying very hard not to get attached to the babies.
Mystery of Timothy's death, hot sauce in odd locations, locks on the refrigerator and freezer, a basement filled with prying webcams, including
Well, Cash, Ramada is still working on being monetized to be able to have memberships and be able to have those cool little emojis we can throw in chat. You know, like right now we have my favorite is some hand sanitizer. Okay, my favorite in this one is hand sanitizer because I don't like all the dirty nastiness. And thank you for being here for 2 months, Cash. I appreciate that. Your coworker dog had puppies, and she said she couldn't separate from the mom and kept all 5. Oh, my Lord. Oh, my Lord. Nope. I have 7 babies right now. 3 of them already have homes. So 3 of them have homes. Yeah, see, what would be fun when I can get those on my Rubber Ramada channel? You know, because that's my quirky channel where I can be silly and everything. I don't feel I have to be so serious like with the Crime Time channel. Little chihuahuas. Yes, meat and squirrel. My squirrels are my other problem. So, you know, and I have little media things that I can play over there that are silly and fun and maybe don't fit the theme here. But here, I'm going to thank my memberships. Just thank you for being a member, Cash, for 2 months. See, thank you. I appreciate that. You want one because you're here in Texas? Yeah, you're more than welcome. I'm just a little southwest of Houston. Yep. And you see, Cash, that's my new thing. I don't know if you've noticed, but when I come in chats, I always put a duck and then, you know, my little peace sign. That's been my new little thing. I put a duck and peace sign when I come into chats. Hey, Rubber's here. All right, let's go back to playing this for a few minutes.
one that monitored a small closet with an external lock.
I don't think anybody knew what was happening inside
I'm
that
going to go
house.
refresh my coffee while this plays. I'm going to be right back, but we're listening. I got my headphones in.
That is, until the interview with G.
I recall that day actually quite vividly. I was just getting ready to sit down with the interview with the minor child who was in the home. And she called me because she was just absolutely floored. She just could not believe what she was hearing.
The interviewer asked G a series of carefully structured questions. G's answers would give shocking insight into the sinister clues investigators had found in Shanda's home.
Before Jesse lived here, he lived his own family, you know, and he actually did some bad stuff.
He was 8 years old at the time, had seen most of what had taken place, despite Shanda's efforts to try to shield him from some of it.
You said you don't want to talk about Timothy and your mom?
I don't want to talk about those two because bad boys with mamas do not mix.
truthful response. And in every regard, G's answers to those questions sort of checked the boxes for her so that she believed that he was being honest about it and talking about this basically a house of horrors that was going on inside the home.
What would you do to be a bad boy?
Like, talk to me, try to sneak food, try to sneak some water, and one of his punishments, for every time he did a bad boy thing, he gets a dose of hot sauce. A hot spicy sauce.
Yeah. And you said to me, so who decided what the punishments were going to be?
Mama.
Everything was monitored. Everything was measured. Everything was controlled by her down to what he was eating.
Do you guys have a camera in your house?
Yes, we have some cameras.
Okay, what are the cameras for?
They're for watching TV before he died today. And Mama would be on the cameras and watch Tissy as hard as she can. Even after watching him, she watches them.
You said you thought some punishments were the reason Timothy died.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think this one was one of them because it was uncomfortable. But over time, I think he had to do this in his small room.
While G's testimony was chilling, prosecutors needed more proof before they could charge Shanda. Then, a pivotal discovery blew the case wide open.
I didn't really check this one.
As it turns out, the camera that was in the closet actually did have a tiny micro SD card in it. I don't know if they just didn't realize that it was in there and didn't remove it and didn't destroy it. But for whatever reason, it was still in that camera when it was seized by the police. So we ultimately did get video footage from inside that closet.
The extremely disturbing.
Okay, I'm back. Wait, what's happening? We're gonna rewind.
Shanda Vander Ark. Are you Shanda Vander Ark?
Okay. All right, we're rewinding. We're going to boost the sound. So watch your ears for a second until I get it situated. All right, we are live. Thank you. Thank you for letting me know because, like, I ran to get my coffee refill. Come on. Here we go. Here we go. We get to watch her walk in. All right. No sound yet, though. That's on them. We have to wait till they turn the sound on. Thank you, Crash. I appreciate that. Loon's on the case. We have a loon on the case. Cash. Be nice, Cash. She doesn't look very happy. Okay, here we go. We got sound. Yes, this is her. This is her. She's lost a lot of weight. And she writes constantly. She's constantly writing. Oh, she's shaking this morning. She does, guys. She has aged a lot in 2 years. Her hair has gotten that grayish tint to it, and yeah, she's aged a lot. She's lost weight. She's got a little bit more wrinkly. Oh, I know what I was going to tell you, Crash. Is on the Rubber Ramada channel. We are duck friendly. That's where all my duck stuff is. Usually everything has to do with ducks in my background. All my little blurbs and stuff. I have a problem with ducks. So yeah. That's why your icon jumped out at me. Your little avatar being a duck. I think, let's see, how old is Shanda? Let's see. Let's see, how old is she? She is 46 years
Court,
old.
Connie Muskegon is now in session. The Honorable Matthew R. Case will preside. Please be seated. Good morning.
Before the court is file 23110 FC. It's people of the state of Michigan versus Shanda Vander Ark. Are you Shanda Vander Ark? All right. Ms. Vander Ark appears before the court with her attorney, Mr. Ambrose, Mr. Roberts, as well as Ms. Bloomquist are here on behalf of the people of the state of Michigan. Meantime, the court is scheduled for a in-third hearing and technically continued hearing from the last time they were here. We're delayed. There's been some concerns regarding Ms. Vander Ark's health this morning. Mr. Ambrose, if you want to go ahead and make a record of any concerns you have at this time.
Yes, Your Honor. I had a video conference with Ms. Vander Ark on Friday, this past Friday. It was concerning to me because, and so that concerned me. So I did send an email to the court expressing an adjournment if possible.
No.
Just because this is an important phase in the whole appellate process, and certainly of utmost importance to my client that she's able to participate in a meaningful manner. And during our conversation on Friday, it just didn't seem that she was as up to speed or healthy. She expressed some health concerns that she was undergoing at that time. And so that's why I asked for an adjournment on Friday. What I understand is that what she told me this morning is on Saturday, she had an episode at the Huron Valley Women's Facility where she passed out for a short period of time, was revived. But
okay, I'm gonna really try not to pause this. She was revived. She passed out and was revived. I'm gonna really try not to do. I'm gonna be quiet. I'm gonna let this hearing play. I'm gonna really try.
She had a medical issue at that time. She's not feeling well today either. I know she was checked out by medical. Her blood pressure is higher than it is normally for her, as she self-reports. So I would be requesting an adjournment. It doesn't hurt the prosecution, I don't think, at all. It is, if anything, delaying this case keeps her in prison. I'd like to move forward as if I could, knowing in good conscience that we're putting our best foot forward on a case like this, and have the 100% confidence that my client is able to participate in a meaningful manner. And I just don't think at this point I can, with any type of confidence, say that. I know that my client has signed a release for some medical records from Huron Valley Women's Facility to release at least the most recent episode that she had.
Okay, Mr. Ambrose, is she able to speak to you this morning? Yes. Not getting into what those conversations are, but are you able to converse with her this morning?
I can.
Okay.
She has a pounding headache, and
Jesus, are you serious? Did the judge just ask, is she able to speak? And the man says she has a pounding hit. This is not a review channel. Sheila, be quiet.
and it doesn't help. You know, it's a stressful situation. I'm sure that's part of the what happens in these types of situations. But yeah, I mean,
as an officer of the court, do you believe she's not competent to go forward? I mean, under the Michigan, under law in the state of Michigan, do you believe she is competent to go forward?
Yeah, I don't think she's incompetent, put it that way. I mean, she's able to communicate with me, yes, but maybe, not at the best.
All right.
Especially with somebody that has a pounding headache. I mean, I can just imagine.
Did she take any medication for headache or aspirin or
I don't think they
ibuprofen or
any medication today.
Okay. Is that something she normally would take for a headache?
She's
okay.
Oh yeah, she does. She has a thyroid issue. She pointed out to me that it's protruding. She's undergoing testing. Won't know the results for another couple of weeks if it's cancerous or not. There is a family history of that as well.
Okay. Ms. Blomquist.
Oh my, are you serious? We're reaching. She's having thyroid problems, and all of a sudden we're considering cancer. Ma'am, and her pounding headache is a problem of what? Get out.
Thank you, Your Honor. Well, I was going to argue that she's presumed competent until she shows otherwise, but given that's not the claim, then the argument would be whether or not there's good cause for an adjournment, and it's the people's position that a headache is not proceed and put one with the Ginther hearing, but two, we do have some evidence that we could set forth to make the record as it relates to her appearance and how she was on the transport on the way here. We did have at after the in-chambers discussion, jail medical came and looked at her, and it seems that she's been cleared by them, apart from having somewhat raised blood pressure. So I do think we could make a record. Through her counsel, did give a waiver of HIPAA so that we could request some records from MDOC. They said that those would be emailed to me in approximately 30 minutes. They were going to do that expeditiously. However, the people would put forth as an officer of the court that in communications with the Michigan Department of Corrections, they would not have transported her had there been a medical issue raised before transport. So, Your Honor, I think this is just, again, another dilatory tactic by Ms. Vander Ark to delay this hearing and to delay the proceedings. And I would say that there's not good cause. And additionally, I think the court can take into consideration all of the prior actions of the defendant, her prior reports, all of that when fashioning whether or not an adjournment is warranted. And it's not in this case, and we should proceed.
Okay. Did anyone, we obviously have the Department of Corrections officers in the courtroom. Did anyone talk to them regarding her condition?
I did, Your Honor. I did inform them they may be needed to take some brief testimony.
Are either one of you comfortable doing that?
If you would like us to, we can.
Okay, well, why don't we have one? What's your name, ma'am?
Officer Scott.
Officer Scott. Why don't you have you come on up and I'll swear you in. What's your first name, ma'am?
First name's Autumn. A-U-T-U-M-N.
All right, Ms. Scott, can you raise your right hand? This man and up, and you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give you the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes.
All right, put your hand on and grab a seat. Can you please state your name for the record, spelling your first name and last name?
First name is Autumn. A-U-T-U-M-N. Last name is Scott. S-C-O-T-T.
All right, any objection with me asking some questions, and I'll let you guys follow up. Ms. Blomquist, Mr. Ambrose?
No.
All right, good morning, ma'am. I'm sorry you're in this position. This doesn't usually happen. So,
it's okay.
My understanding is you transported Miss Vander Ark here this morning. Is that correct?
Correct.
And where did you transport her from?
Women's Huron Valley in Ypsilanti, Michigan.
Okay, approximately how long is it?
About 2 hours and 45 minutes.
Okay, configuration. Are you in the back with her in the van, or are you driving in the front? How does that usually work? Where's everybody in the van?
It's okay. I was driving. My partner was in the passenger seat, and Miss Vander Ark was in the back.
Okay, so you were more focused on the road?
Correct.
Okay. All right, so we probably need your partner more. Now, were you able to observe Miss Vander Ark?
I can see her through the rear view mirror as I drive.
Okay. Was she communicating with you at all?
She only spoke to us a couple times just to ask to turn heat up or down.
Okay, did she indicate that she had a headache at all?
She did not. When we arrived, she did say that she was feeling a little nauseous,
Okay, all right.
a little dry heaving.
Okay, anything from, was it, no, okay, all right. Probably, did you ask what it was from? Was it from the ride or something like that, or you don't, you know?
She did say she does get car sick.
Car sick, okay, all right. To your knowledge, would the Department of Corrections transport a prisoner if they had a concern over her medical health?
No, and if she would have expressed it to my partner, then my partner would have requested to have healthcare come and clear her before we leave.
Okay. Anything? Okay, all right. Technically, Mr. Ambrose, this is your hearing, so unless you want to go ahead, Mr. Ambrose.
I don't really have anything.
Okay, Ms. Wilquist?
Just briefly, Officer Scott, was she conversational?
She didn't talk much. Like I said, just to ask us to turn the heat up or down for her. Other than that, she was quiet.
Okay, you can stand up. Thank you so much. Do we want to put the other Department of Corrections officer on? Anybody input on that?
I'll leave that in the court's discretion, Your Honor.
Mr. Ambrose?
I don't have an opinion on it.
All right. Any other argument before I make a ruling on this, Mr. Ambrose?
Well, just that she did mention that she was nauseous, and that's consistent with, her headache, which she reported to me.
All right. Ms. Punquist, anything else?
Yes, Your Honor, I just would ask the court to take judicial notice that Ms. Vander Ark, during this motion to adjourn, has actually been assisting Mr. Ambrose in the proceeding with writing notes to him about if she's taken any medication or if she has done anything to assist in the in remedying her headache. So I think that I just wanted that to be on the record because I don't think the transcript would necessarily catch that. But as an observer in the courtroom, she has been actively participating in this motion through her counsel despite her claimed ailment. So again, I don't think there's good cause for an adjournment, and I'd like to move forward.
All right.
Your Honor, can I just say, I mean, just my client writing a couple of notes down, is that supposed to be some sort of active participation? I don't think so.
He is arguing the fact that she's writing notes on a paper means she's not actively she's so sick she has to write on a piece of paper. Sir, sit all the fucking way down. I'm trying to be respectful on this channel, and I'm trying not to be my sassy ass self, but I can tell you it's not going to work. It's not going to work. And right here, Cash says it all. It's what Ramada says. With respect, I copy her a lot. Yep, we share the same brain, and I'm going to have a hard time keeping my mouth shut.
Well, Mr. Ambrose, we're kind of in a catch-22 because I can't ask you what she's been telling you, and what kind of, I can't judge how much she's assisting you without getting into what she's talking about. So I'm observing her writing notes and talking to you, which I've had jury trials where the defendant doesn't say anything to their counsel. And so why don't we do this? The court also has experience with this Vander Ark. Several times during the proceeding, during the jury trial, there were breaks in time where Ms. Vander Ark said she was undergoing distress. I granted those breaks. It seemed to me, and from the outside looking in, that these medical issues seem to be at times of pretty significant testimony in the trial. Not saying that maybe they weren't genuine, but they certainly
certainly appeared to be situational. Also, when she were at a preliminary examination down in district court, there was just a point of when she's claimed to be distressed that appeared to be situational. We're here now, and I think it seems to be situational again. Again, she may be going through something, but I understand that adjourning this would necessarily prejudice the defense. However, there's witnesses here, they're ready to go. People took time out of their schedules. The court set aside an entire day for this. And there is something to be said for the swift administration of justice here. And so based on what I have, I don't think there's good cause for an adjournment based on a headache, because that's all really the record's been made. The only person that can judge if she really has a headache or not, quite frankly, is Miss Vander Ark. And I don't know if she's telling the truth or not. I have no clue. I will say, as the finder of facts at the trial didn't find her credible, and I don't know how much credibility the court can lay on her statements. So I'm willing to do this. I can take a break, wait for the records to come. Vander Ark, is our jail staff allowed to give her medication, like ibuprofen or Tylenol or something like that? Is that allowed?
I would assume if they discuss it with healthcare at the prison, that would be fine.
Okay. All right. So I don't if we have something downstairs. She can, I don't know what she takes, Mr. Ambrose. She'll let me know. I'm sure they have it all on. We can do anything we can to help with that. I'm willing to give her, if she needs for blood pressure, I don't know, maybe she needs food or something. I don't know what it is. So anything that can accommodate to help her headache, I get it. If she's got a pounding headache, then I want to at least try to get her some help for that. So why don't we adjourn? We'll wait for the records to come in. Mr. Ambrose, let my staff know if she needs medication, and we can get that from the jail. And then we'll go from there. Anything else before we break, Ms. Bloomquist?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Ambrose?
No, thank you.
Okay, we're in recess.
Okay, but he says a short break. What is a short break? What is a short break? I don't know what they consider a short break. They're going to give her a Tylenol, give her some water. And yeah, what in the world? Yeah, he's the one that threw the book at her. Yep, he did not play around. When it came to sentencing for these two, he did not play around. Give her the whole bottle, will wait. Yes, he did. He kept Timothy's picture up there on the stand the whole time and told her he was going to put up there the best version of her son, and for all the world to see, he wasn't going to be remembered in the way that he passed. It was beautiful. Judge Cagle is an awesome judge. Yeah, it can't be more than like 15 minutes. Yeah, he doesn't put up with the bullshit. He doesn't. He's seen her before. He knows how she is. He knows her manipulative ways, her puking in a trash can or attempting to puke in a trash can, being shown pictures. It is what it is. Let's go back and while that is in the background, we'll go back over here and we'll rewind this just a second, and we'll go back to playing this, and we'll watch them while they're on break, and hopefully he'll come back. I don't have nothing to do this morning for a while, so I'm kind of here. He gave Paul more than the sentence guideline to. Yes, he did. He did. And, the fact that Paul, at first I was conflicted with Paul because I really felt like he did what his mama told him to do. But then after I got to learning the case more and stuff, I really felt like Paul had a mind of his own. He should have been able to stop the madness. He should have been able to stand up and say, no, Mom, this isn't right. You're not going to tell me to make him take these ice baths. You're not going to tell me that I have to, put hot sauce in his mouth. He should have stood up for Timothy. And that was really, really disgusting that he didn't stand up for his little brother like he did. And then knowing that there was a third brother, there was another child younger than Timothy in the house also, but he didn't have autism or any other issues. I mean, it's just horrible. Go get your refill, Indy. If you sat together in that initial video. Yep, I have no doubt it's explicit. Yep, absolutely. Okay, we're going to play this for a few minutes.
Card in it. I don't know if they just didn't realize that it was in there and didn't remove it and didn't destroy it. But for whatever reason, it was still in that camera when it was seized by the police. So we ultimately did get video footage from inside that closet.
Moments of Timothy's life and directly contradicted the story that Shanda had told police.
Yeah, so Shanda had said that he was on the bed and he fell out the bed. Going back and reviewing the videos, he was in the closet.
I just want to make it look like he's in that bed. He's probably not. I don't go anyway. Yeah.
And then the medical examiner's report came in.
The autopsy ultimately revealed that the cause of death was malnutrition, extreme malnutrition combined with some unusual signs that you wouldn't expect. There was signs of hypothermia, which initially there was no explanation as to why he would be suffering from hypothermia. This was the middle of the summer.
Convinced they had enough evidence to charge Shanda with.
We made the determination that we were going to charge her with open murder and first-degree child abuse for the death of Timothy Ferguson.
But to secure a murder conviction, prosecutors faced a daunting challenge, proving Shanda deliberately caused Timothy's death. That's where Paul came in.
The sound is kind of messed up. Gotcha.
We made the decision, it was within 2 or 3 days of her arrest, to see if he would cooperate with the prosecution here to ultimately to get to our goal, which was to convict Shanda of the murder here.
So how long do you think you were spending in that closet?
And let me, I will, this is not my regular trigger warning because I'm changing everything from, I'm trying to get the ducks off this channel. We're going to use all my ducks and silliness on the Rubber Ramada channel, but because this is what I have right now. That's the only trigger warning I have right now. So just fair warning, some of this can be hard to hear.
If Paul agreed to testify against his mother, prosecutors agreed to recommend to the judge a sentence of between 9 and 15 years in prison.
People might say, well, you didn't necessarily need to work with Paul. I'd push the jury in such a way as to show, like, yes, I did these things, but to sort of put a far more human face on it than frankly, that Shanda was able to do in any of her testimony or any of her efforts to fight these charges.
When we return, Shanda Vander Ark goes on trial for the child abuse and murder of her teenage son, Timothy. After the emaciated body of Timothy Ferguson was found at his mother Shanda Vander Ark's home, an autopsy revealed he died from extreme malnutrition and hypothermia. As Shanda's murder trial began, the prosecution wasted no time in laying out the shocking details in the case against her.
How does a 15-year-old child die as a result of malnutrition? How is a 15-year-old child 63 pounds under the average weight? How is a 15-year-old child in literally the 0 percentile for weight? He didn't just become 69 pounds overnight. He got that way over an extended period of time. And he got that way because the people, or primarily the person who was supposed to care for him, wasn't doing that. You don't have to take my word for it. You will hear in the text messages between Paul Ferguson and Shanda Vander Ark the extent of the horrors they inflicted upon Timothy.
Due to the horrific nature of the alleged abuse, there would be no plea deal. Prosecution would only accept one outcome.
Our objective, obviously, right from the start
And
was.
I will pause there to note that remember that this is part of Paul is serving a 30 to 100-year prison sentence after pleading guilty to first-degree child abuse as part of a deal to testify against his mother. He is seeking resentence, and the defense claims that the presiding judge, who's Judge Cagle, improperly requested and considered 2,000 pages of text messages between Ferguson and his mother, Shanda Vander Ark, when determining the sentence. So that's what he's claiming. It won't fly. It won't fly.
To obtain a first-degree murder conviction through that. Our objective, obviously, right from the start, was to obtain a first-degree murder conviction through that felony murder process, which would mean that the judge would have no discretion, that the judge would have to impose a mandatory life without parole sentence.
The only person standing between Shanda and life in prison was her defense attorney, Fred Johnson.
He is the head of the public defender office in the county of Muskegon. He's a very good attorney. He makes great connections with juries, and he's really just an excellent attorney to deal with.
The feeling was very much mutual.
He is highly experienced, highly skilled, highly organized. He is a very difficult prosecutor to face across the hall because he's not going to make any mistakes.
In addition to mutual respect, the two attorneys had something else in common. They both knew Shanda Vander Ark.
She had been a clerk for one of the judges here in the county, and I had met her in that capacity.
I first met Shanda Vander Ark about a year or so before Timothy passed away. No indication from any interaction I had with her leading up to that point that she was just basically a prison guard, that she just kept her child imprisoned.
Now Shanda was being tried for murder in the very court where she used to work. And Johnson found himself in the unenviable position of defending someone whom many considered to be a monster.
In your opening statements, the prosecutor goes first, and he's just created that person with the horns. My client will take the stand. You'll find out she's a highly intelligent person. So what you're trying to do is bring them back. She was clerking for, and she was this close to achieving lifelong goals. What I wanted to do was humanize my client. I wanted them to think of her as a human being. Then she gets a call from her ex-husband. I'm putting Timothy out. The victim, you want him where he's going to protect services. She takes him and sends them to me. I don't want my son, sister, send them to me.
Unfortunately for the defense, the jury was about to hear detailed testimony.
Okay, here's your answer, Cash. The abuse had been ongoing for at least 9 months prior to Timothy's death. Therefore, Powell was 19 or 20 when this systematic abuse and torture began. He was 21 by the time of his sentencing in February of 2024. Yes, and they only had Timothy for a year or two because his dad had custody. I think the father had custody and something happened. I can't refresh my memory if somebody remembers in the chat. Something had happened and Shanda ended up, she didn't have custody of the kids and somehow she ended up back with custody. And that's when the abuse happened, is when he was in her care. I'm going to have to look that up and see if I can refresh what happened with that. I'll look that up while we're listening to this.
Testimony that would call into doubt the basic humanity of both Shanda and her older son, Paul. One of the prosecution's most critical witnesses was the Muskegon County medical examiner, Dr. Joyce DeYoung.
The testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth.
Dr. DeYoung's role was to be able to tell the jury what physiologically took place that caused him to die. And she was able to determine that by conducting the autopsy. In your opinion, what was the cause of Timothy Ferguson's death?
His cause of death was dehydration and extreme emaciation due to malnutrition and starvation. He had really a loss of all of his body fat. His cheeks were very narrow. You could see and count all of his ribs, and on his back, he had started getting some pressure sores because there wasn't a lot of padding in between his bones and his skin as well. So where those areas had pressure, the skin was starting to break down.
But while dehydration and starvation were the
So just to discuss that, Shanda Vander Ark had lost custody to Timothy and her other children years earlier, around 2009, in Oklahoma due to child welfare concerns. She didn't complete the required programs to regain it. And then Eric Ferguson was granted full custody, and Shanda was only supposed to have supervised visits. Let's see. And then the next bit of information right here is reports indicate Timothy's father and stepmother were having a difficult time managing Timothy's special needs, which included autism and bipolar disorder. And the father reportedly threatened to put Timmy into foster care if Shanda didn't take him. So, yeah, unfortunate circumstances, which makes it really hard. Yes, his organs were failing. He suffered. It was very vile, very, very vile. Yep.
main causes of Timothy's
his skin as well. So where those areas had pressure, the skin was starting to break down.
But while there was another contributing factor that initially made no sense.
There's another significant contributing condition, and that was something called exogenous hypothermia, meaning hypothermia, but it was from outside sources.
The internal examination is what really reveals the signs of hypothermia that we now know is associated with the ice bath that he was in, and that he was in an ice bath for about 12 hours, basically just hours before he passes away. Did you also learn an opinion?
And just to reiterate what he said, again, those ice baths are horrible, and they put that on a young child, and then he ends up part of his death certificate is extrinsic hypothermia. I mean, that is just horrible. And I was sitting here thinking about that. He would have been safer in foster care. The dad and stepmom didn't want him because of his problems, passed him on to the obviously mother that shouldn't have had him, because she had things out from beginning, from previous. So why did she even have the right period to even take him into her custody? And then now you see where he ends up, deceased. And yeah, foster care, costs state money, but he may still have been alive. Parental rights, but at that point, rights should be dissolved. There comes a point when a parent is no longer a parent. There's a difference between a mom and a dad and a parent. They may bear you, as in had you, but it's a whole nother ball game being a parent.
The manner of death for Timothy.
The manner of death is best classified as homicide. This death was caused by the actions of others to do harm or cause death.
While the chief medical examiner had provided the scientific explanation for why Timothy had died, it would be Shanda's own words, captured in thousands of text messages.
Did he get an ice cream cone? Yes. Make him throw it up. Ma'am, now that I did, he was finally honest. I'm going to buy the syrup that makes you throw up. Okay. What did he grab? I don't know, chips or something small. He had it in his pocket. He's not standing up the right way. How long do you have to let him stand like this?
To her
He was just now like that after I made him empty his pockets. He keeps pulling his arms down, and that doesn't set off the camera or alarm. So please watch for that. The awful.
Oldest son, Paul, that would paint the clearest picture of who it was.
And if you need to make him run up and down the stairs, a ton for that, even in the cold and the rain. What is wrong with this mother? She's not even a mother. She's trash.
That killed him.
The text messages for us really gave us a window into what was
Okay,
taking
guys.
place.
Catch you later.
Timothy's every move was monitored somehow, whether that was through the cameras that were in the home or whether it was through Paul.
While at work, Shanda would monitor Timothy's every move and then direct Paul by text message to punish him whenever he misbehaved.
The text messages between those two were pretty damning evidence that prosecutors discovered. It showed a 6-month span of what they talked about, at least through text messages, as far as how Timothy was going to be punished, why he was going to be punished.
One of Shanda's favorite punishments was forcing Timothy to eat bread soaked in fiery hot sauce.
How is everything? Did you make him eat his bread with hot sauce?
I was just about to get up to get it. How many?
4 he has to eat with hot sauce. He's allowed another 4 without hot sauce, but he has to do the hot sauce first.
And what is the purpose of that? What would even be the purpose of doing that to a human? What? I don't even know what the purpose of that would be. Just to suffer? I mean, to make him sick to his stomach? What is the... There's no purpose. Cash, take a reprieve. We all need to for our mental health. I totally get it.
She would also punish Timothy by making him stand with his arms behind his head for hours on end.
Timothy is against the wall till you get home. Please clear the food and wrappers he stole earlier when you didn't set the motion sensor properly.
He would have to stand with his arms behind his head and have an alarm on so that if he moved, Paul would know or Shanda would know because she was monitoring from her phone.
She also directed Paul to control Timothy's access to food.
Timothy is no longer allowed anywhere near the fridge, freezer, or pantry or any other place where food is. You and I will have to get things for G.
Even food scraps were off limits.
What did he eat? I ate my burger already.
He ate the crust.
Go try and make him throw up, please. He's not hungry. He's just being a jerk.
What kind of parent would even do this to their child? Yeah, the torture. She thought she was punishing for his bad behavior. Ma'am, he's autistic and bipolar. There's reasons behind that. There's other ways. The child needed help.
She even instructed Paul to control Timothy's sleep.
He turned away from the camera, so I can't see if he's trying to sleep or not.
He's not.
If you're going to be there, why don't you go ahead and run another cold bath and stick him in it?
Paul would add ice cubes to the bath and forced Timothy to stay in it for hours. Eventually, Shanda restricted Timothy's movements to a closet she called the small room, often confining him there in arm and leg shackles.
That was Timothy's room. That was where Timothy slept. He did not sleep on his bed. He was sleeping in that closet on the tarp. There wasn't bedding. There wasn't a pillow. There wasn't anything. It was a tarp and a camera, and that was all that was inside that closet.
As Timothy's condition worsened, Shanda became convinced that he was faking it.
Crazy idea. Ask G if he wants some pizza rolls, and if he does, take one downstairs and offer it to Timothy and see what he does. Put it right in front of his mouth, but be ready to yank it back if he tries to eat it. Hold it right in front.
That's what really got me. I thought that was totally disgusting. And this is a memory that I have of the trial, is them discussing this pizza roll. How dare you? How dare you as a parent?
In front of his lips. How much do you want to bet that he's going to try to eat it?
A lot.
Agreed. Please do that and get back down there to make sure that he's not falling asleep.
As a parent, how does it even cross your mind to even think to do that? He's literally...
When we return, Timothy's older brother, Paul, an alleged accomplice to his own brother's murder, takes the stand.
Can you describe what was happening at that time and how he was restricted from getting access to food?
He was sneaking food that was not necessary at that time.
Was a reporter brutally murdered for digging too deep?
His death was absolutely devastating.
All to abuse Timothy. Now, they called Paul to the stand to show firsthand the impact of that abuse.
We'd already presented the text messages, so I didn't want to rehash all of that, but I wanted to really show it's not just words on a page. These things were actually taking place. As far as you know, from the time that Timothy came to live with you in May of 2021 in Norton Shores to the time of his death, was Timothy allowed to even leave the house? No. He was kept completely isolated. Even the people in the neighborhood didn't even know that Timothy existed because he was not allowed to go out into the front yard.
Paul's testimony vividly corroborated some of the more disturbing
All
text
food is necessary. Not all food is necessary, but nutrition is necessary. And that doesn't include a slice of bread coated in hot sauce, or, the pizza roll under the nose, sniff it, pretend like if he's going to bite it, yank it away. It's just vile, disgusting human.
messages shown to the jury by the prosecution.
Paul was the enforcer. He was the person who had been carrying out a lot of the punishments that Shanda had chosen to inflict upon Timothy.
At one point, she had me heat up a pizza roll to see if he would be responsive to enticement.
Did you actually do that?
Yes.
And what did you, so describe to the jury exactly what you did with that pizza roll with Timothy in the tub.
I held it close, and when he responded, as per instruction, I was to pull it away from him.
So did you actually do this?
Yes.
So you actually held a pizza roll in front of him to see if he would respond? Is that yes?
Yes, sir.
I know it's difficult. Did he respond?
Yes, sir.
What did you do when he tried to respond?
I had to, or as I was told, I pulled it away.
So we didn't get to eat pizza roll? I think Paul was being completely honest and open with us. He never tried to shy away from it. He never tried to say, even to minimize his role in things.
Paul also provided firsthand testimony of the systematic abuse Shanda directed at.
My thing was, I remember when I watched Paul on the stand and Paul's testimony, and originally, I'm not going to tell stories. Originally, I felt sorry for him, and I thought, well, maybe she's abused him to do this for her because she's systematically trained him to be this way. But then I was like, no, Paul's an adult. He had enough mentality to know it wasn't right. And he had enough mentality to know he could have and should have stopped it.
Timothy, including extreme confinement in the closet where he would ultimately pass away.
Were there any restrictions on his movement inside the closet, or was it he could move around however he wanted inside the closet?
There were restrictions. Hands on his head, normally.
Hands on his head, is that what you indicated?
Yes.
Is some form of discipline?
Wall of the room.
For how long would he have to do these things?
Several hours.
Were there also times when he was required to stand against the wall?
Yes, sir.
And when he would stand against the wall, how long were we talking about that he would be required to do that?
Hours, sometimes overnight.
But most importantly for the prosecution, Paul's testimony crucially and consistently established Shanda as the primary instigator of Timothy's tortured death.
Can you describe what was happening at that time and how he was restricted from getting access to food?
He was sneaking food that was not necessary at that time, and it was solved by placing locks on the fridge, freezer, and pantry.
When we say he was sneaking food that wasn't necessary, who would make that determination that it wasn't necessary?
Shanda.
Paul's testimony was also crucial in showing that it was Shanda who demanded Timothy be given the ice bath. That would be a major factor in his death.
At some point, we were instructed to do something with him because he wouldn't wake up.
Put him in an ice bath.
And did you do that?
Yes.
How did you get him from the closet to the bathroom?
I had to drag him.
Was your mother giving you instructions on what to do with him while he was in that tub at that point in time?
Yes, sir.
What was she telling you to do?
Make him uncomfortable.
You said that you were supposed to make sure that he stayed uncomfortable. How were you supposed to make him uncomfortable in a nice bath?
Put his body at an odd angle. It was not a comfortable position to be in.
When he was in the tub, he tried to rest his head somewhere?
On his shoulder, yes, or the lip of the tub.
Is that allowed?
No.
Paul left work around 6 p.m. It would be the last time he would see his brother alive. Later that night, Shanda dragged Timothy from the bath to his small room.
I think it's actually the most disturbing thing I've ever seen. She holds his mouth shut, and when he breathes through his nose, she says, "See, dummy, you don't have to breathe through your mouth," and leaves him. And that is literally the last human contact that Timothy has with somebody before he passes away. When did you next become aware that something was happening with Timothy?
The next morning.
They go into the closet basically to wake him up, and obviously he's deceased at that point.
From that moment on, Paul becomes an eyewitness to the cover-up of a murder.
Do you remember what your mother said when you asked her to call 911?
And you do notice that he has Timothy up under his arms, and he is helping pull him out of the closet, knowing that he's not surviving this, that he has starved this poor child, mistreated him, and abused him.
Cover-up of a murder.
Do you remember what your mother said when you asked her if we should call 911?
She said no.
The second video recovered from the small room captures Shanda coaching Paul on what their cover story should be.
Before 911 is called, was there some discussion about a hunger strike?
Yes.
What was the discussion about the hunger strike at that point?
Shanda said to say that he'd gone on a hunger strike. Where's that? We found him on the bed.
Seems obvious, but who is she referring to?
Timothy.
He was very upfront. His story never got mixed up. Paul was just kind of the icing on the top to really come through and say, yep, these are the things that we did, and just hit everything home.
Coming up, Shanda Vander Ark takes the stand in an attempt to defend the indefensible, including starvation, the force feeding of hot sauce, and ice baths. Shanda's defense lawyer, Fred Johnson, understood what he was up against.
The photographs were just horrific.
It really is. It really is. And to know that her, I'm sitting here thinking about the fact that she had all this legal knowledge and she was wanting to be lawyer, paralegal, all that stuff. And then now to say her counsel was ineffective, this keeps going through my mind. Ma'am, you sat here and talked to him the whole time you went through this trial. You helped bring to light what information you wanted, and now you're saying nope, ineffective. Like I said, and I still have it listening in the background, so if we get to the point and we hear and they get movement in the court, we will switch over, but we're going to continue watching this.
These were the type of photographs that defense attorneys worried that the prosecutor is going to stand up and say, ladies and gentlemen, here are the photographs, and then sit down, because they don't need to do anything else beyond that.
The first step in Johnson's strategy to save Shanda from dying behind bars was to shift the focus away from Shanda and towards her son, Paul, who even the prosecution found
central to the case for us, because he allowed us to give someone to the jury who had been crucial in the death of this child, for one thing.
After all, it was Paul who actually carried out the bulk of the punishments inflicted on Timothy.
According to your testimony and other things, you said you're the one who put the hot sauce in this boy's mouth.
Her orders, yes.
Timothy's mouth. You're the one who put the cuffs, the bracelets on, the ties on it, right?
Her orders.
You're the one who put him in the cold baths, correct?
Her orders.
You're the one who said in one of those texts that you've never wanted to beat somebody up. Beat somebody, now forget the text, for beat somebody so bad in your entire life. You said that per orders.
No.
You also said that if something happens, I'm going to kill you. Was that her orders too?
No.
Okay, that's what I'm asking. But you're not charged with first-degree murder, are you?
No.
He was the enforcer. He enjoyed inflicting the pain he inflicted on this boy. That he was the one who knew better. I said, listen, I don't recall any other point. We text, or we can show it in the text, or I told her, no, I'm not going to do that, Mom. No. From the standing in the corner to the hands on the head to the hot sauce to the shackles. Was his leg shackled? We found this metal shackle, this chain, leg chain. Were you familiar with those?
A little bit.
Did you put those on him?
When I was directed to.
When you were directed to, how many times were you directed to?
Quite a few.
Would you be surprised to know that there is no text where you even discuss the leg shackles, much less putting them on him? Would you be surprised by that?
Very.
He seemed to enjoy what he's doing. And did he mean for his brother to die? I don't think he did, but I have a harder time with him because I think he knew.
But there was really only one person who had the ability to explain away the text messages in Paul's testimony, Shanda herself.
In this case, my recommendation was not to testify, but she did testify. So ultimately, I tell this is for all the marbles, and if the client wants to swing for the fences, I don't try to prevent them from doing so.
State your name for the record, spelling your first name and last.
Shanda, S-H-A-N-D-A, Vander Ark, V-A-N-D-E-R.
So just for some more clarification, Paul and his siblings were in the joint custody of Shanda and their father from birth until the child welfare intervention in 2009. And Paul lived with his father until he was an adult. Reports suggest he was forced to leave his father's house due to his own behavior issues, and with nowhere else to go, moved in with his mother in Michigan. So there's another little piece of fact. So Paul had his own little issues that were not dealt with. And the move also occurred outside the court process. So similar with Timothy's, there was nothing, there was no court process or proceeding that she should have had any custody or welfare. But he was an adult, so I guess he was free to go wherever he wanted to.
Space capital A-R-K.
From the beginning of her testimony, Shanda sought to give innocent explanations for actions the prosecution had cast in an evil light.
Why did you have all those monitors and cameras in your home?
When Timothy came to live with us, his stepmother informed me that they had motion sensors. They weren't as tech savvy as I was. I worked in tech before law school. I worked in tech support for several years. But they had motion sensors and she told me that she didn't sleep at night. She only slept when he was at school because he was into everything.
What was your intent when you would administer punishments to Timothy?
To get him to behave.
Was it ever your intent to harm him?
No, absolutely not.
And what was the point of the hot sauce?
Because we had.
Okay. All right, we are returning to court. Here we go.
All right, now we're back in the record in file 23110FC. People versus Shanda Vander Ark. All right. Mr. Ambrose, did your client, was she able to get some medication or no?
No, not yet.
All right. I know there's some bureaucracy stuff that goes on between the two.
The MDOC is the one that would dispense it, since my understanding, because she's not in Muskegon County custody, that I have to go through MDOC. So I did send an email to the person in charge of the MDOC, who would be the person that could authorize at least some medication.
How is her headache now?
Not good. I mean,
all right. All right. I did get a copy of the medical records. I'm assuming that we don't want to make those a part of the record, at least certainly not an open part of the record. I guess how do you guys want to proceed with that? I can make them a confidential part of the record.
Stipulate to any sort of protective order that the defense would want.
Mr. Ambrose is
that's fine.
okay. So I'll make him part of the record. We'll call it the court's exhibit number 1. It'll be a confidential record. The court did have a chance to review those records.
Can I make a confidential suggestion? Somebody pull a fucking Tylenol out of their pocket and toss it down this bitch's throat. All right, carry on.
It looks like on the 22nd, without going into all the details, looks like on the 22nd, Ms. Vander Ark complained of that she felt like she was going to pass out. I don't think there's any indication in these records that she did in fact pass out. There was some concern with some thyroid issues when she was eating apples, I guess, and they basically told her, "Don't eat apples."
Y'all, I'm gonna fall out my chair. Look, she's shaking her head no. Oh, y'all, I can't, y'all, we're in the wrong room for this. I'm sorry, I can't be serious. Oh, apples, okay, apples caused her thyroid problem to go haywire, and she's shaking her head no. I'm sorry. Look, carry on.
There was some concern with some thyroid issues when she was eating apples, I guess, and they basically told her, "Don't eat apples." That's what was in the records. So there's nothing in these records about her actually losing consciousness. She reported that she was going to pass out. There's also indication that she asked for some Dramamine for the trip to Muskegon because she typically gets car sickness. So that's kind of in line with the testimony that she felt sick on the way here, but she at least indicated that she gets car sick. So unless I'm missing something, it sounds like they sent her because there was no concern. So based on the records and what we've already done here, I think she's competent, and we're going to move forward today. I am concerned that she reported losing consciousness when a medical person indicates that she complained of feeling like she was losing consciousness, and that she's now kind of amplified for whatever reason, I don't know. But I am concerned about that, the fact that she misrepresented that to her attorney, potentially, that she...
Sir, let's just call it what it is. Just say she's a freaking hypochondriac, okay? Just say she's a hypochondriac and move on.
actually lost consciousness because there's no record of that in the prison. So anyway, anything else before we move on, Mr. Ambrose?
Well, the only way that, just she would have to report to the medical personnel that she actually did lose consciousness. So
well, I mean, she okay, I get it, but the quote is, quote, "I felt like I was going to pass out. I have tremors that are severe." That's what she reported on the visit November 22nd, 2025 at 6:45. And she was treated. She says the administrative note that she was advised on site that the above patient came to the clinic concerned of dizziness and a tingling throat. The tingling throat was transient and only when she ate apples. And it says the RN advised patient had a reddened throat, no swelling, no lymph node enlargement noted. And eventually the treatment is, it says she did palpate in a large thyroid. However, the patient is, why don't I get into that? Says RN still had concerns about patient's fall risk. The RN exam otherwise unremarkable. RN gave the patient detail prior to calling. I advised RN to tell the patient to stop eating apples. Other than that, I did not have orders for this patient. So that's what happened on the 22nd, at least according to the note. Like I said, I don't know what happened, but these are medical records by individuals that I don't know if they have a reason to lie, quite frankly, if they're making a medical record. So, so based on that, I don't see a serious medical issue that is to the concern of the court. So, anything else, Mr. Ambrose, on that? I mean, she can testify if she wants about what she's going through. That's fine, but if the request is for an adjournment because of a medical issue, I don't see it. So, I'm not. Listen, No, I'm not going to delay this anymore. This is, in my opinion, Mr. Ambrose.
Sir, we are 2 hours into the shit show, and we're not going to sit here and just stop. Just, we're not asking her if she's okay. No, just get on with it. This is 2 hours in. This is ridiculous.
I'm not. Listen, I'm not going to delay this anymore. This is, in my opinion, Mr. Ambrose. She's misrepresented and through you to the court that she passed out. She did not pass out. So I'm moving on. I think this is gamesmanship on her part, and it's now 11 o'clock and a hearing that we were supposed to start at 9 o'clock. The court's been very patient with this, and we need to go. So, anything else?
No.
Ms. Bloomquist. All right. So, Mr. Ambrose, this is your hearing.
Yeah.
You can call your any opening statements on either side, or you want to just go straight into witnesses?
We can go straight into witnesses.
All right. You can call your first witness. All right, Mr. Johnson, if you want to come on up front here, sir. Good morning.
Good morning.
Would you raise your right hand to be sworn?
Yes, sir.
This matter not pending. You swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give you the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
All right, put your hand down and grab a seat. Please state your name for the record, spelling your first name and last name.
My name is Fred Johnson, FredJohnson.
All right. Mr. Ambrose, you're welcome to stay at the table or the podium, whichever you prefer.
Thank you. Mr. Johnson, you represented Shanda Vander Ark, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay, and do you recall, you're an attorney?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell us when you became an attorney?
1984.
You know, and I apologize, Your Honor, before we start. Ms. Vander Ark, Mr. Johnson may be getting into some confidential information. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
And you understand that by going forward with this type of hearing, that he's going to relay some confidences.
Yes.
Are you okay with that?
Yes, sir.
Do you have any questions regarding that?
No, sir.
Okay. With that disclosure, Your Honor, I'm going to proceed with.
Okay. Anything else we should put on the record regarding that you want, Ms. Bloomquist? Okay. All right. Good enough.
You know, what year did you become an attorney?
1984.
Okay, and where'd you go to law school?
Thomas M. Cooley.
And so from 1984, have you always practiced criminal law?
I have always practiced criminal law, yes.
Okay, and has your license, have you continuously been an attorney ever since 1984?
No, sir. My license was suspended last year for 6 months.
And what was that? So it was suspended last year for 6. What was the reason why it was suspended?
Violation of confidentiality, conflict of interest rules.
Okay, and that was while you were a public defender?
Yes.
And when you represented Ms. Vander Ark, you were a public defender. Is that true as well?
Yes.
And the initial allegation that was lodged against you, when does that go back to?
Oh gosh, that was I couldn't tell the year. 5 years ago, perhaps 6.
And when was the complaint issued against you?
2024 is my guess.
Okay. And
2023 perhaps.
Did you admit to the grievance?
Yes, I did.
And what did you admit to?
I admitted that I had received information from one client while representing another client, and the person who the information I received was the victim in that case, in the second client's case.
And again, this was while you were the public defender?
Yes, sir.
When did you take on that role?
2013,
And
September.
what did your office consist of?
In 2013,
Throughout the years.
it grew over the years.
Okay.
We started, I think we were at 13, and by the time I left, we were in our 20s, maybe 25, 26.
Okay.
And that includes staff as well.
So you mentioned that you admitted to the allegations within the grievance.
Yes, sir.
And what did you have to do as a result of your suspension?
I was suspended for 6 months, so I could not practice law. There's a fine and costs.
Were you required to take any type of classes?
Was I required to? No, I didn't. I was not required to. I did, but I was not required to.
What type of classes did you take?
On ethics, conflict of interest.
Okay. And did you testify at any of these hearings?
Which hearings? The ethical issues hearings?
Yes.
Yeah. I don't know if it was testimony or not. I made a sworn statement at the time of my initial interview, and I spoke to the state bar. I think that was under oath as well, so that both might be considered testimony.
Okay. And part of your disclosures were that you were more or less overworked. Is that accurate?
Was I overworked? I think I was.
And would you disagree with, I was working too long, I was working too many cases, too much stuff, too many irons in the fire? Is that something that you may have said?
Yes, sir.
Any disagreement about that?
No, sir.
Also, basically, when I was a public defender, I was working on a conveyor belt system. And the problem that came up on the belt next is the one I tackled and tried to keep the other ones juggling until I could fix them as well. Does that sound like something you might have said?
Yes, sir.
Now, this case with regard to Ms. Vander Ark, do you recall when you initially, how is the assignment system conducted in Muskegon County?
You mean back then or now?
When you were assigned.
When I was public defenders?
Yes.
Okay. The attorneys are assigned to judges, and whatever case the judge received, that attorney assigned to that judge will receive that particular assignment. Normally, that was the situation, unless something came up and we'd have to change assignment for whatever purpose might have occurred.
These assignments as well, or is it just everything that every indigent client goes through the public defender's office?
Things have changed over the year. Things have changed over the years. Currently, all the indigent individuals go through the public defender's office. There is a private bar, however. Are there assignments to the private bar on occasion? There are, and there were.
Upon receiving the assignment, do you recall when you would have first talked to Ms. Vander Ark?
I would assume it was before the preliminary examination, but I don't have a specific recollection of any particular dates.
At any point in time at the preliminary examination, with your initial conversation with Ms. Vander Ark, did she ever admit to any type of guilt?
No, sir.
All right. Now, she contended that she was innocent throughout this case, isn't that right?
Yes, sir.
She testified, right?
Yes, she did.
She never admitted to any type of wrongdoing that caused the death of her son.
That is correct.
Now, while you were assigned on to the case, did you have Ms. Vander Ark see a professional with regard to competency or criminal responsibility?
I had Ms. Vander Ark see several professionals, 2 doctors, and we employed social workers on our staff.
With regard to, do you recall having Ms. Vander Ark seen by Colin King, Dr. Colin King?
I do recall that.
And in Mr. King's report, did he do a report?
He did.
And do you recall what the results of that report were?
I don't recall the specific results. I recall the conversation we had in regards to that report.
As part of his conclusions, would you agree or disagree that he mentioned that Ms. Vander Ark continues to insist she did nothing wrong and was not convinced that her actions and instructions caused the death of her son?
I don't recall that specifically. If you have the report, it might refresh my recollection, but I don't argue with that statement. It sounds, generally speaking, as what I recall.
May I approach the question you make?
Here. Yes, sir.
And that is, it's an accurate statement that she had stated that to this doctor that she felt that she did nothing wrong. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And you went to trial on that basis, right?
We went to trial because she was charged, sir.
And she proclaimed her innocence, right?
Even had she not proclaimed her innocence, we would have gone to trial as she's charged with first-degree murder. But yes, she proclaimed her innocence from beginning to end, and we tried the matter.
Were there any offers made to Ms. Vander Ark?
None that I can recall, Your Honor. Sir.
Now, Ms. Vander Ark testified at trial, right?
Correct.
To the charges, right?
That is correct.
And there was an incident on the day of her testimony where she had a physical reaction to seeing a photograph of her son.
I believe that was if we're talking about the situation where she turned and there's a trash can there and she appeared to I don't know if she actually did vomit, but she had the body language was indicating that's what was going on. I was sitting in the chair where the prosecutor is.
And during her cross-examination was you described the cross-examination for us.
Aggressive and effective.
Okay, aggressive and effective. And Did you see Miss Vander Ark after court that day?
I don't believe I went out to the jail to see her after court that day, no.
Okay, did you go into lockup with her after court? The next day, can you tell us what happens?
And if my recollection is correct, the next day, court was resumed, and my client, Ms. Vander Ark, was unable to attend. She was unable to come to the hearing, as I recall.
And you reported that to the court, right?
Yes, sir.
And you stated to the court that she had some competency issues at that point. Is that correct?
Some competency?
That she wasn't able to proceed.
Yes, and yes, sir.
May I approach you, Daniel? And this is I'm showing you a transcript of December 15th, 2023. It's on page 3. If you can just read that portion.
Are you going to put it up on screen so we can all read it? Sir? I need to know what he's reading because I might need to see that.
She wasn't competent to proceed, is that right?
That is the word I use, sir.
Okay. And describe to us what she was going through.
She was, when I went to visit her, she was curled up in a ball on the floor. She was crying. She was upset. She expressed that she couldn't return to court. She expressed that she was upset, that she was stressed, that she was experiencing, and I'm sorry, I forget the word. She's experiencing a period of where she's so emotional she can't function intellectually.
And based upon that, you reported that to the court.
Yes, sir.
And you also, do you recall reporting to the court as well as that if we waited until, or adjourned the matter until Monday, Tuesday, or Wednesday of the following week, we'd be in the same situation?
I don't recall, but I'm not arguing with that. I assume you have transcripts there. I don't recall saying that, but
if you look on page 4.
Which paragraph, sir?
The second full paragraph.
Okay.
Starting with the word 1.
Okay.
And you agree that you told the court we couldn't guarantee to the court that as of Monday or Tuesday or even Wednesday of next week we'd be in any different situation than we are right now.
That is what I said.
And was that an accurate assessment?
That was my assessment at the time, yes, sir.
Do you, okay, so one of the things that you argued to the, or suggested to the jury was that Ms. Vander Ark was guilty of manslaughter. Is that right?
That she was guilty of manslaughter.
Yes.
I don't know if I used that term. I don't recall arguing on the manslaughter issue. Can you tell which page?
Yes. It's on page 84.
Okay. Do I have it?
Yes. Here we go.
Okay. Whereabouts on 84, Counsel?
It's actually on the very last page, page 80.
All right.
First full paragraph. And you told the jury, these people, and I'm assuming you meant Paul as well, these people committed manslaughter. That's what they did.
Yes, sir.
They caused the boy's death. That's
Yes, sir.
Now, Ms. Vander Ark never gave you consent to say that she was guilty of anything, did she?
No, sir.
And so you kind of took it upon yourself to make that argument to the jury.
Yes, sir.
Oh, I think we have a problem. What? What? Excuse me? He used the word manslaughter and she didn't approve of that. Is that really where we're going with this?
I have nothing further.
Are you serious?
Morning, Mr. Johnson. How are you?
I'm well, thank you.
So I'm just going to go back a little bit more into your experience. How many years have you been a practicing attorney?
41 this year.
And how many years of that as the chief public defender for Muskegon County?
2013 to 2024, so 11 years.
Is it fair to say in your role as
They said he asked him, did he use the word manslaughter without her consent and giving his information about her in the trial? And he said, yes, he said that. And she didn't give him the approval because she never admitted to the crime. She never admitted that she did anything. And he used the word manslaughter. Are you serious? Are you telling me that that's why we're here? Ineffective counsel because he used that word. Get all the way out. Oh, and this lady has a booming voice.
chief public defender, you would take some of the more severe cases that the county has seen?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am. My apologies. I'm on a roll here.
Now, just sort of getting into some of the comments that were brought out from your sworn statement or things like that, there's discussions about your workload. You recall that? And maybe feeling like you had a conveyor belt system.
Yes, ma'am.
Did a case like this fall into the same category of cases you were discussing in that?
No, the cases like this get the spotlight. They come out of the group, of the pack, and we place not only my efforts, but the social workers and other attorneys on staff. We all work on cases of this magnitude.
Okay. So, although there's testimony by you to the effect of being overworked and that impacting some of your cases, is that an accurate sort of representation of what's said?
It certainly impacted the one where I saw that information and I shouldn't have seen it. It impacted there. That's what I think has happened. So, but I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, and that's okay. And just to be very clear, the case for which you is correct.
That's correct.
No witnesses between, Paul and Ms. Vander Ark. That wasn't the conflict at issue.
Suspension. What is he even talking? Okay, we're going to listen, but I'm going to go see what I can find out about a suspension. Good Lord, what is wrong with these people?
That's correct.
Okay, it was a wholly unrelated matter.
Yes, ma'am.
And, while we're on that topic, did you have to sit in that exact same witness chair and again they're hearing on that case as well?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you testified.
What? He had a Gunther hearing on another case? Oh.
About the allegations and the conflict that was alleged?
Yes, ma'am.
So getting back into your prep on this case specifically, let's walk the court through your preparation for trial. Let's start with prelim.
Okay.
Walk us through your preparation for preliminary examination on this case.
Well, I assume all lawyers do. You receive information called discovery, and you pour over it. You go out and see your client. You talk to your client about what's going on and what her impressions are. You come back and you go over it again. You bring in other attorneys to take a look at issues. You run issues back by them, see if they have any similar experiences or any pointers that they may want to bring to bear. You bring another attorney in, usually a younger attorney in, to sit in this, to watch the whole process. We also employed interns here. So the beauty of interns is, whereas I may have multiple cases, they only have the one, and they pour over the documents and the materials. And if there's anything in there that they see, then they can bring it to my attention. But it's a fallback situation, so we can bring other eyes on it. And there was no different than here, Ms. Vander Ark. We did all these things. We worked dozens of hours just for the preliminary examinations, and we were ready to go.
Okay, so here, just because y'all know me and my pop-up video time. So Johnson received a 75-day suspension from the State Bar of Michigan. His suspension was effective December 26, 2024 to March 13, 2025, which point his license was reinstated. He violated several rules of professional conduct, included failing to adequately supervise his staff in his capacity as Muskegon's former chief public defender, and disclosing confidential client information without consent. Sir, please don't tell me that you using the word manslaughter in this is not going to put this topsy-turvy upside down, and we're going to have to go through this whole shit show with Shanda Vander Ark again. Please tell me that's not what's happening.
So it sounds like you created a team, so to speak, for Ms. Vander Ark.
Yes, ma'am.
How many people would you say were on that team?
Over time, coming and going, over time, from the time we got the case to the time we ended, maybe 4 lawyers, an investigator, 2 or 3 social workers, so we're up to 9, and a half a dozen interns, so about 15, 16, something around that line.
So 15 or 16 people working on her case specifically.
Over the course of time, yes.
Okay. And as part of your preparation for trial, now let's shift to preparation for trial. You talked about your preparation for trial.
Well, at this point, we've had time, a year, to look at this thing. We've brought in experts to examine my client. We've gone out to the scene of the crime and taken photographs and walked around, got the feel of the place. We've talked to multiple folks who we were considering experts, but we ultimately didn't hire. We spoke to outside social workers to see if any of them had come across any episodes along the similar line. We even saw an article in People magazine about a woman who thrown her kids out the window and then jumped herself. And quite frankly, it was eerily similar. And quite frankly, I'm still convinced there's something to do with my client's conduct. But it was hundreds of hours by then. And I'll put in a couple hundred hours myself on it, and then you add in what everybody else is doing. It's a lot of time. It's a lot of effort. And I've told her I think if she had to hire, she'd spend $1 million on what we did for her in terms of trying to prepare and defend her in this case.
So just so I'm clear, you yourself dedicated hundreds of hours
Yes, ma'am.
personally to this case.
Yes, ma'am. It was either I'm reading something or I'm talking to somebody. I'm looking for this needle in the haystack. I believe then, and I believe now, there's something wrong with my client, and that there's somebody out there who would be able to tell me what it was. And I still believe that to this day.
So I want to dive a little bit deeper. You said that you sought out experts, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And were some of your experts from the Center for Forensic Psychiatry? The sort of state-run.
We use the appellate defender has a website, and they have a listing of witnesses, expert witnesses that other lawyers have used, and we use their list in determining which ones to approach. We also use here from the other lawyers in the office. Have you used anyone in these circumstances? Do you know of anyone? And those are the lists we use.
Okay. And so I know the record will reflect this, but I want to ask you, do you recall having a criminal responsibility report done for Ms. Vander Ark?
Yes, Dr. Watson.
And do you recall also having a criminal competency report done as well?
Yes, ma'am.
And now those were ones that I believe were filed with the court, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Were there reports that you or examinations that were done and reports that were drafted that were not filed with the court on Ms. Vander Ark's behalf?
I don't know if we filed Dr. King's report or not. I don't think we did.
Okay. And did you also get a report from a George Watson Jr.?
Yes.
Okay. And to your knowledge, was that ever provided to any, to the court or to the parties?
To my recollection, no.
Okay. Is it fair to say that you did a lot of investigation into experts who could testify about her mental state?
I think that is fair.
Why didn't you present those experts?
Supportive of a verdict of guilty of murder. Their positions were uniformly and enthusiastically negative towards my clients. They would have been prosecution witnesses had we presented their findings.
So you intentionally did not call these
That
experts?
is correct. We intentionally did not call them.
And that choice was made after a thorough investigation of their opinions, correct?
So, yeah, regardless of the bad facts of this case, point strongly to her guilt. The text messages, the videos from inside the house, Timothy's condition when he passed takes months to starve someone. And obviously it went on for months. But I do want to go back and do say that Mr. Johnson's 75-day suspension that concluded in March of 25 was not related to any single specific criminal trial that he handled as a defense attorney. Instead, the Attorney Discipline Board found that the professional misconduct occurred in his capacity as former chief public defender for Muskegon, Michigan. It said that they violated multiple rules of professional conduct for failing to supervise his staff adequately, including other lawyers and non-lawyers, improperly handling client information by disclosing confidential client details without consent, handling conflict of interest by representing a new client in a case that conflicted with interest from a former client. The board determined that Johnson failed to meet his obligations as a managing partner and his supervisor responsibilities as a public defender. Therefore, he was suspended. So there's a little background on that. It wasn't on any certain trial that it happened. It was just within the walls of his office, which is even cause for more pause. Ugh.
Or I guess explain the investigation that went into that.
Dr. King, for instance, when I spoke to him, his response was, "She's a monster." His response was, "She's the worst thing he'd ever seen." And he's a man who testified for mass murders.
Oof.
I did not want to bring his testimony in. Dr. King simply said that she was competent at the time and she was competent for trial, and he had no, and that's not what I wanted the jury to hear. I want the jury to hear that there's something wrong with her.
So let's get into, and I hate to zoom out here from these details, but what was your overall strategy?
The overall strategy was to attack the issue of premeditation, that my client premeditated when she caused the death of this young man. Our strategy was to demonstrate that through especially her text messages, that she was, for whatever reason, unaware that her son was suffering and was close to death. And we tried, especially with her text messaging at the time, to demonstrate that that was the case.
Those text messages were nothing.
And I know you
but
previously said you were looking for a needle in a haystack for something in your defense, correct?
We were looking for the cause. If you understand the facts involved in this case, this young man was her son. This young man, she could have refused him. She could have refused even to take him into her home. She brought him in a home to care for him. This young man was killed in the most brutal, heinous way that you can imagine, slowly starving him to death. It probably is just because that's the way I felt. I just can't believe that a healthy person would have done the things that she did. I don't believe it to this day.
Now, the realities of this case and the nature of it is something you have to factor in your preparation, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you did, in fact, do that?
Yes, ma'am. The evidence? Yes.
And now you've talked about these hundreds of hours. Have you also, in preparation for this trial, did you engage in witness preparation?
Of my client?
Of anybody?
Yes, we talked to my client about her role and how we were going to decide once we got there if she's going to testify and the sorts of things she might be asked and the sorts of things that we'd be asking of her. She been called, and so there wasn't anyone, or the social workers. And since we didn't call any of those folks, it wasn't.
I'm sorry, but you couldn't call him. Dr. King said she's a monster. Okay, you don't want them kind of people going up there and testifying for her. Come on.
Necessary to prep any other witnesses for testimony.
And additionally, in preparation, did you evaluate final motions to suppress or other sort of pretrial motions on this case?
Certainly. And that was the value of the group think. You have several lawyers and you're asking them, an investigator, what about this issue? What about that issue? Should we file a motion on it? Should we were discussed?
Did you also prepare for your voir dire in this case?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Are you aware there's an allegation that you did not prepare for voir dire in this case?
Yes.
Okay. And in preparation for today's hearing, did you provide to me some documentation from your file regarding your voir dire?
I did.
Okay. Your Honor, would you like the people to be numbers or letters given today's proceeding?
Let's do numbers. We'll stick with consistency, unless someone's pre-marked exhibits, but we'll do numbers.
Okay. I'm going to be showing, may I approach?
You may.
All right, I'm showing the witness what's been marked as People's Proposed Exhibit 1. Could you identify what this is for the record?
Yes, this is my standard voir dire sheet, which 4 pages of questions that I may or may not be asking depending on the nature of the case, but certain things that I want to make sure I cover and ask the juror or potential juror before they're seated.
Okay. Do you recall if you used this preparatory document in your trial?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And I know this is a blank version, but did you take notes on it during the trial? Or?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Your Honor, at this point in time, I'd move for the admission of People's Exhibit 1.
Mr. Ambrose?
I'm sorry.
It's been I'm moving for admission.
Oh, I have no motion.
objection to this. All right, so exhibit 1 is
We can
admitted
just leave that.
without objection.
I wish I could read lips a little bit better to know what in the hell she is mouthing over there. I can read lips a little bit, but I was like, I can't get enough good visual on her lips to know what the hell she's saying.
What did you do to prepare for voir dire? Was it all contained in this document, or what else did you do?
No, ma'am. The day before, a couple of days before a jury trial, the list of potential jurors are made available to the parties. We got that list, and there's some information. It used to be better once handwritten, but now the computer stuff is not as helpful. But there is information, and I say myself and the interns go over this information to discuss potential jurors. We're looking for folks that we want to keep on the jury and folks we don't want on there, and so we're going over these things, and we're asking questions back and forth. Do you know these people? Have you met these people? Are these people, witness, are they friendly to us? Would they be hostile to us? And we're going over that list. And so we've got notes. When we come into court, we have notes on the witness list that they gave us as to individuals we may not be called, we may not wish to sit on the jury. A police officer. If there's a police officer, we're probably going to ask him to be removed or her to be removed. So we go over that. Then when we get to when we prepare, we're looking at which of these questions are important to us and which ones are not. The way voir dire works, as you know, they're asked, did you hear all the questions and would you answer any different? So you can't ask the same questions over and over. So what I try to do during my voir dire is specifically save out some questions so that every time I take somebody out, I have new questions for them. The whole panel hears them, but they're new questions, and they kind of help keep the interest of the rest of the panel. So that is part of the voir dire preparation. The reality with voir dire is, if you pick a bad jury, the case is over. You're done. You've gotta emphasize that part, because if the jury's not listening to you, it doesn't matter how brilliant you are afterwards. The voir dire has to be effective for your client. So we put a lot of emphasis on it.
And you specifically did in this case.
I specifically did in this case.
Now, is also part of your voir dire come from experience?
Yes, ma'am.
And could you give a rough estimate before this trial how many jury trials you have conducted?
Misdemeanor, oh gosh, misdemeanor and felony, maybe 2 or 3 year felonies, and back when before I became a public defender, 10 or 15 misdemeanor cases, literally a couple hundred. I don't know. I've lost track a long time ago.
You don't keep a sheet with them?
Yeah, at least 10, 15 a year for 30 years. So.
Thank you. But you have vast experience in selecting a jury, correct?
I've done it many, many times.
And is part of selecting a jury knowing potential jurors out in the gallery that might be called up if you excuse somebody?
Yes, ma'am.
And I guess, do you see your obligation as a defense attorney to make sure you use every preempt, or to make sure you get the best jurors seated in those seats?
I want the best panel, and I tell my folks, the young folks, it's not how many questions you ask the right questions. You don't need to ask 100 questions. So there are occasions when my voir dire may be brief, but hopefully it's effective. And I'm talking, and as Judge Counsel will tell you, I talk loud. Everyone in the courtroom can hear me when I'm doing my voir dire. I speak to the people in the back as well as in the panel. So yes, I'm aware of the panel here, but I'm also aware of who's sitting out there in the jury. Sometimes taking the person off the jury doesn't mean you're going to replace them with someone better. That's the Detroit Lions philosophy. Just because you replace somebody doesn't mean they're going to be better. Sometimes once you got the best you have, you stop talking.
Did you feel like you had a good panel in this case when you concluded voir dire?
Every lawyer says, I want a fair jury. We don't. We want a jury that's going to do what we want. I want a jury that's going to say not guilty. I got a jury as close to that as I was going to get from this panel.
So I'd like like to shift a little bit and move into your interactions with the defendant. Do you recall, and it can be approximate, how many times you met with her personally?
Gracious, no.
Okay, why do I feel like this is going into a Sarah Boone conversation? How many times did you meet with her? Yeah, her ears, I was thinking her ears are all red. She's probably stewing. Yeah, I thought she was going to try to puke. I was like, give her a bucket, because she may just like need to do her little over spew thing for dramatics or whatever, you know. But, sir, I mean, come on.
I couldn't meet with her.
And I'm like, all I could think about is Sarah Boone. I need my lawyer now. I need him to contact me now. You know, what is wrong with it? These people don't realize they're in jail. They are going to be tried.
Well, okay, me personally, gosh. No, it was, I tried to get her at least every other month. So if we had a year, maybe 6 times, maybe. And then during trial, gosh, and then after trial, and then are you counting the time after trial when I went to Jackson to meet with her?
Well, let's
Or just before trial?
let's say before trial.
Okay.
But then I'll get into the Jackson.
Half dozen, somewhere between 6 and 10, something like that.
And that was while she was lodged at the Skiing County Jail?
That is correct.
Okay. How did those meetings go? What was the general atmosphere?
The meetings went very well, notwithstanding what she was convicted of. Ms. Vander Ark was a wonderful client. She was a client from heaven. We talked. Her conversations were on point. She used time well. She didn't keep me after the point of the visit was over. She asked good questions. She responded well. We had and we have a wonderful attorney-client relationship.
And so it sounds like she was a cooperative
Oh,
client.
absolutely, always.
And she had, would you say, above average understanding of the proceedings and what was coming with the trial?
She's a lawyer. She went to law school. She graduated from law school. She missed one question on her bar examination. She clerked for 2 judges. She must have sat in on a dozen felony murder cases, sat in and watched them.
Okay, y'all, I'm not trying to be funny, but the way my background is right now, her lawyer has a pumpkin on his head. I'm just saying, he's wearing a pumpkin on his head, okay? I had to put comedy in this craziness because this woman is batshit crazy and vibrator. Look, she looks crazy. I'm telling y'all, and the man has a pumpkin on his head. Okay, there's my comedy.
So she had as much experience with the law as somebody who has never practiced could possibly have. She was, and our interactions were tailored towards that. It's not one cookie cutter for every client. Her situation was different. She could understand and put together the facts and circumstances in a way that a layperson couldn't do, and that was very effective for her and very, and I appreciated it.
And in those discussions with her.
Okay, I can't unsee the pumpkin, y'all. I'm sorry. I need to change the background now because I can't unsee the pumpkin and I am about to actually go nuts. Let's change it to this or something. Oh no, now it looks like he has devil horn. Y'all, this is not good. Okay, we'll do it to the following leads because that's bugging me.
Is it fair to say you discussed trial strategy with her?
Yes.
Okay, what was that trial strategy?
The trial to find that there was no intention, there was no premeditation, and that there was something mentally wrong with the person that committed this offense. Quite frankly, as I would tell my folks when I first met her, in the first 6-7 months we worked on this, because the person I knew and the person who did these things, they just didn't matter. So our hope was to find somebody who could put a finger. This is what she has. This was what's wrong with her. When that proved to be she create the intention to even injure her son? Because our argument was she never formed it.
Did you discuss manslaughter with her?
Yes, manslaughter, murder in the second degree. All the
Look, why does she have to say no? Look, she is just disgusted. She is just absolutely mad that he used the word manslaughter, and she's determined to use that for her appeal.
because our argument was she never formed it.
Did you discuss manslaughter with her?
Yes, manslaughter, murder in the second degree. All the homicide.
And you read portions of your closing argument.
Yes, ma'am.
And did you discuss with her about conceding manslaughter in your closing?
I don't remember that.
Okay. Why did you concede manslaughter?
The massive. And if you look at a jury and you tell them that nothing's wrong when it's clear to even somebody hasn't been attention that something wrong has happened, you lose them. And when you lose credibility with the jury, they never listen to what you have to say after that. Quite frankly, I was hoping for murder too. I told them manslaughter because that would give them the space to move up if they, but I was hoping who looked them in the eye and told them this is what's going on, and I'm not going to try to lie to you or put lawyer tricks and fool you. If the gun, if the glove doesn't fit it, you must have quit that stuff. I'm an
Sir, we're not pulling no O.J. Simpson. The glove must fit. Get out.
as a fair dealer, as an honest person who looked them in the eye and told them this is what's going on, and I'm not going to try to lie to you or put lawyer tricks. And I'm an honest guy. This is what I honestly think, and this is why you should think it. So I had to concede something because, quite frankly, the evidence was overwhelming, and
so basically he was trying to give her the best possible outcome by using the words he used, and she still didn't like it. It was not good enough for her. This woman, and because we are on a stream and it's midday, and my Maria has come in. Knock knock, who's there? We have to wait because Maria doesn't get to come in very often, so we have to pause for Maria. She is one of my original mods, and I love her and miss her, and she doesn't get to come in very often. Owl, who? We pause for Maria, y'all. It's a thing. It's a thing. And then we have 80s man. He comes in here with feet, so I'll be seeing you soon, right? You always see me soon. You always see me soon, girl. I miss you. I don't have it on today because I actually did not plan on getting up and doing this. Oh, look, here. It's me looking horrible, no makeup, still ponytail from the bed. It's me. Yep. It's me. I'm here, but I'm rough this morning because I was not planning on coming live. I was on the phone with the doctor and I seen Shanda pop up and I said, let's just do this. So here we are. His traumatic lifestyle that he had to live being her attorney. I miss you too, love. I'm glad you're here.
At the time of the closing argument, is it fair to say that Ms. Vander Ark was not assisting you in your closing argument, given her mental?
We had before the day before that morning, we had stopped talking about what we were doing in court, and it was just conversations. Will you come to court? That's all we talked about. Will you come to court? And when she couldn't, then we went back to court and we finished up. the things I would say, generally speaking, during the course of my representation of her. But the reality is, a closing argument is as much art form as in science. I don't know exactly what I'm going to say every time, so I couldn't tell her exactly. She understood the plan. Did she know exactly?
But I want to just clarify, though, your decision to concede manslaughter wasn't an off-the-cuff decision.
Oh, no, it was not. No, it was not.
And you conducted some investigation and you put a lot of thought into doing that, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So I want to shift gears here into her competency. How many cases have you handled where someone has been referred for competency?
3 or 4 years, so 30 or 40.
Okay. And so have you had situations where you have somebody who absolutely can assist you in any aspect of the court proceeding?
Yes.
Was that the case in this case?
No.
Okay. And during trial, was Ms. Vander Ark alert to her being Ms. Vander Ark?
Yes.
Was she alert to she was in Judge Casel's courtroom?
Yes.
And that it was the date and time that it was that year?
Yes.
Okay. And was she assisting by writing notes while you were at counsel table?
Yes, and that was what I do is I can't listen to the witness chair and my client at the same time, so I give them a pad and pen and ask them to write notes and slide them over to me.
And without getting necessarily into what she was writing, was the content of what she was writing coherent?
Yes.
It was attuned to time and place?
Yes.
It was appropriate for what was going on in the courtroom?
Yes.
So let's talk about Thursday after she cell or the jail with her after the testimony concluded.
Okay, let's make sure I understand. When trial was over, did I go into the gym? Okay.
Thank you for clarifying. That was a poorly worded question. When the proceedings on Thursday, not the last day, but the day she concluded her cross-examination.
Yes.
When that day concluded, did you go to the jail to meet with her?
Here behind the jury room. I think after each day, myself and the social worker involved, we go back and we talk to her for a few minutes, but then we break. That was the plan. Did it always happen every day? I don't remember. I think we did most days. I don't know if we did that day.
So you wouldn't be able to say how she was appearing outside of the courtroom
Are we
after that?
trying to ask him, was she really sick with her little bitty trash can? Is this what we're getting at? I think we're
No
trying to ask him,
recollection
was
of
she
her
really sick?
and after she walked out of the court that day. Then I don't recall.
Okay. So let's move into that Friday morning.
Yes, ma'am.
You've already testified about. And you described that she was in a holding cell, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recall who was in the holding cell with you?
My social worker was there. I'm trying to remember which one it was. I don't remember which one it was.
Would it be Melinda Kataki?
Yes, yes, that was Melinda.
Do you remember a couple of jail deputies also being there?
They were in the area, but they weren't in the cell with us. There's a cell area, and they stand outside of that. They weren't in the cell with us.
Okay, so to your recollection, it was, and you indicated that she was on the ground, curled up.
She's on the floor, curled up against the wall.
Okay. And could you tell the court what your conversation is with her? Like at the start of that morning, when you first walk in, what's the conversation?
Are you okay? What's going on? I get you something. It was the situation. Ms. Kotecki was also talking to her the same sorts of questions. What's wrong?
And what did Ms. Vander Ark reply?
Effectively, I can't quote her, is what she said. Her response was that she couldn't take the trial today. She was having an episode, and she just couldn't tolerate being in the courtroom.
An episode of what, sir? I need a better an episode, a meltdown. Was it a mental health crisis? Was she just disgusted in her actions? You need to explain, sir.
And at some point you come up to the trial court and you place on the record what occurred, correct?
Yes.
And in that you stated you discussed Ms. Vander Ark's options, correct?
Yes.
Did you in fact discuss her options on how to proceed that morning?
Yes. Yes, ma'am.
Could you explain that conversation to the court?
We explained to her that option one was to come back into court and just sit there. We're not going to put you on the stick and ask the judge to adjourn. That was in fact plan A, to ask for an adjournment to give her or at least some breathing spell. When this happened a time previously, the judge gave her 5 minutes, but we already had plan C was to continue to represent her. If the judge said go, we're going to go.
Did Ms. Vander Ark want the adjournment?
Yes.
Did she want, and if the adjournment wasn't available, I guess, did you discuss?
I don't recall. I don't think I did. I don't think I told her that she had a right to refuse to come to court.
If she signed an affidavit saying that she is voluntarily choosing not to come to court?
She did sign an affidavit to that effect.
Okay.
Goodness gracious, this man's memory. I'm sorry, Mr. Johnson. Maybe it's time to take a break from all this stuff. Goodness gracious.
And did you know that was happening, or were you aware that that was something that was being drafted for her to sign?
Yes, I was.
Okay. And so does that refresh your recollection about the conversation?
Yes, it does.
Okay. Do you recall explaining to her her ability to waive her presence?
Yes, I remember in the context of the affidavit, I think we came up and came downstairs a couple of times. And when we came down and said, this is what's going to happen, you have this, if you don't want to be there, you have to let us know. And she signed an affidavit to that effect.
Did you coerce her in any way not to come to court?
Why is she shaking her head?
Did you want her to come to court?
Yes, ma'am.
Would that have been better for your case if she came to court?
It would have been better.
Feel like she understood what was happening to sign that affidavit?
Yes, ma'am.
Or at least to make the choice to not come to court?
Yes, ma'am.
She fully understood. She knows the laws of the courtroom. She's been there. She was a clerk of the court at one point in her life. She was in the paperwork. Okay, we're not going to do that.
I apologize. I shuffled my notes here. Now, when you were asked about using the word competency, I believe it was on page 3 of that transcript you have there, you said, well, that's the word I used. Could you explain your response to that question?
That what I used it in the layman's vernacular as competency, not as a legal, as lawyers know that she couldn't participate or that she couldn't understand. I didn't mean it. I meant it as a layman. What used the word competent. She just wasn't ready to go. She wasn't able to write me those notes or whisper in my ear or to participate. It's a murder trial. I want her to be fully able, I was going to say competent again, to participate in the process. this was her chance. This was her chance. And I didn't want her to leave that courtroom thinking that she left cards on the table or whatever the expression might be.
So it was not your impression that she was legally incompetent the morning of that Friday morning?
That is correct.
Now, had Ms. Vander Ark, and I know the court's referenced this before, but Ms. Vander Ark,
If we're not talking about when she saw the photograph, in my presence, she had one episode, but she expressed to me in the course of our representation that she'd had others.
okay. And one of those episodes, and co-defendant was called to the stand and she had an episode, correct?
I don't remember the timing. She had the episode of the prelim.
And the record will speak for itself about
Yes,
when.
ma'am.
Okay. Hydration in depth, was it?
Was it my
Dehydration and
No, ma'am.
why didn't you focus on dehydration?
Oh, wait, is she talking about? Is she talking about Shanda being dehydrated? Are we talking back on Timothy? The fact. Ooh.
Along with the corporal punishments, along with
Okay,
the deprivation
talking
of
about
food,
Timothy.
along
I'm
with
sorry.
all the other burdens that young man had to go through, were part and parcel of the same issue. Our argument was she child. So whether she injured him with dehydration, or she injured him by starving him, or she injured him by thermal, it wasn't an issue. The issue is, did she intend? Did she know? Did she create the intention in her mind to hurt this boy? And that was the issue. So I didn't concentrate on the other either, because they just weren't the issue I wanted this jury to concentrate on.
So that was a conscientious choice on your part.
Sure, and we weren't arguing that the boy was dehydrated. We weren't arguing that he had passed away. That he was underfed. We weren't arguing any of that. We were arguing intention.
Do you think if you would have argued that he didn't have his water access restricted, that would have furthered your strategy at all? Or presented the case in a better light for you?
I think I would have lost the jury on that. They have photographs of this boy, and nobody's going to take a look at those pictures and say this boy needed water.
Oh, that's hard.
Now, there's been a claim that you provided deficient performance. Are you aware of the video that I'm mentioning?
Yes, the best thing I did in that trial was the best thing that happened in that trial was the fact that that video didn't come in. That video is literally the worst thing I've ever seen. There is no commentary that can express to a jury how bad that for our clients, and showing that jury that video. I'm so pleased and grateful that the people did not push to admit it. That video is just awful, and to the day I die, that was the right strategy. It's just awful. You see it, you'll never forget it.
And just to go back a little bit and expand this, were there in-chambers discussions between yourself, Mr. Roberts from the prosecution, and the court about this specific video and the presentation of it to the jurors?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, could you just sort of place on the record the summary of that in-chambers?
Prejudicial. That nobody who saw it could unsee it and not give it and not absolutely close on. It's just it was, And given the weight of all the other information that Mr. Roberts had presented, it was duplicative, and therefore we shouldn't allow it in. That was my argument. Ultimately, as I recall, Mr. Robert, this description, but we wouldn't use the actual video.
But that was due to a strategic stipulation, correct?
Yeah, that was big. That was one of the best things we did.
And it wasn't an oversight that you just let hearsay.
Oh no, ma'am. That was a relief.
Strategic with his thought on that.
I can just have one.
Whatever that video was, he was very glad it wasn't brought in. Would have been worse on her.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Ambrose. Any follow-up?
You mentioned that Ms. Vander Ark was on the floor, curled up.
That's the day when she refused to, when she declined to come to court? Is that what you talking about, Counsel?
Yes.
Yes, sir. That's how I found her.
And you did you used the word competent, but you stated that you were using it to the court terms rather than a legal definition.
That's correct.
After the trial on this case, do you recall providing any interviews with the media?
I believe they were standing in the corridor.
Okay.
And I believe they did speak to me.
Do you recall telling when asked your conversations with, or your interactions with Ms. Vander Ark, that she was in a catatonic state?
I may have used that term, yes.
Okay. And so that's kind of a serious situation, right?
Yes, sir, it is.
And that's more or less what you reported to the court, is that correct?
Catatonic state is a more egregious, is a higher level of incapacity than what I reported to the court. And it's what I reported to the media.
I think that word was directly misused in this context. I don't.
State is a more egregious, is a higher level of incapacity than what I reported to the court. And it's what I report to the media.
Dehydration, and it was your decision. Was it trial strategy that you did not use dehydration as a way to explain the death of Timothy?
Was it? Would you like me to elaborate? The answer to your question is yes. Okay. The trial strategy was not to try to explain that there was food in the house. There was water made available. The other children had corporal punishments as well. The decision was not to try to explain that these were causes of death. The decision was to explain that my client never intended this outcome. Does that?
Oh, Maria, Maria, she needs to. Maria, you didn't catch the very big. They had to take 30 minutes extra time because Shanda has a headache. She feels bad and she has a headache, and they won't give her Tylenol, and she wanted to postpone all this for that, and we should feel sorry for her and give her. Yeah, we should give her water, although she's starved, and kept Timothy from getting any water and surviving. But let's drown her with a fire hydrant. Get the fuck out of here. I'm not giving her a drink, Maria. I love you. No.
For
Timothy.
no, not that.
And
he was dehydrated. He was starved. Yeah, poor Sean.
When's the last time you saw the death certificate?
I would have seen it before trial.
Okay.
That would have been the last time anyway.
May I approach the witness? Right. This was, it looks like it was People's Exhibit number 45 introduced at trial. Is that what you recall as being the death certificate?
Certificate of the victim in this matter.
Okay, and what's the first thing that's listed?
Location.
As being the cause of death?
Okay.
Just for basic rundown, Maria. She's pissed off that he used the word manslaughter in his closing, and she feels like that caused harm in her trial and ineffective counsel, and she thinks she should.
What box is that in? Do you know?
36.
Okay, I was looking to it.
Near the bottom.
Okay, 36. Dehydration and extreme emaciation.
Okay, and dehydration would be lack of fluids, right?
Yes, as far as I know.
And like you said, there was no restriction on water in the household.
That's what my understanding was. I wasn't in the household, so I don't know if it was or not, but that was my understanding.
All right, I have nothing further.
Just a brief follow-up. So, Mr. Johnson, if you had focused on dehydration, would that open avenues to the prosecution to enhance some of their arguments?
I would assume.
Such as the fact that he didn't have access to water when he was locked in a closet, correct?
I didn't want to get into that.
That he did have access to water in the ice valley, and unfortunately, but by the defendant's actions, Timothy was so malnourished and unable to move that he could not get himself water. Would that be accurate?
I would assume that's at the end. I'm sure that's what the case was.
So there's multiple arguments and pitfalls if you were to take that strategy, correct?
If I would have attempted to argue that whatever in here did not cause, okay, it did, and that this wasn't an issue, and I didn't want the jury to hear more of that. I want them to hear that my client just didn't get it. That was the message.
Thank you.
Any follow-up to that, Mr. Ambrose?
No, Your Honor. Thank
Okay. Mr. Johnson?
Sir.
I have some, well, it's a noon hour. Are you available this afternoon, Mr. Johnson?
Yes, sir.
All right. Let's break. We're going to, since we lost some time this morning, I'm going to have us return at 1 o'clock after lunch. And then we'll resume. Mr. Johnson, you can stand down for now. I would like you back.
Yes, sir.
Anything before we break, Mr. Ambrose?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Bloomquist. All right, we are.
Okay, so they're going to take a break.
So you intentionally did not call these
That
experts?
is correct. We intentionally did not call them.
They're just gonna go over all this. So we're gonna go back over here and we're going to continue watching this. It has about 10 minutes left in it, and I'll find something else for us to watch while we wait for them to get back from from their lunch break. So yeah, he was 15. Sorry, I had to take myself a walking break. Yep, she gets a smashed bologna sandwich for lunch. All right, I'm gonna hit play. We're gonna watch this for a few minutes, and while we're waiting for their lunch, I will find something else for us to watch during the meantime. I haven't done this in a while, so I'm kind of enjoying it. Y'all know I'm gonna have to get up and cook my bacon, so I'll be on my phone texting, but I will be here.
Tried multiple other discipline methods, and he thought maybe that would get him to. I was so wrung out. I was willing to try just about anything.
And then caring for Timothy became even more difficult when Shanda's husband suffered a stroke.
I don't suggest I have empathy for her, because I don't. But it would be a very difficult situation to be in, where if you have another person who's in the
I just
home,
wanted to say I do enjoy doing this. This is something I enjoy doing. I don't mind waiting. And we'll have our little lunch break, and y'all want to go grab your coffee, grab your snack, whatever you need, and I'm here. We're going to cover it, and yeah, we'll find something to watch until trial gets back, and I'll postpone my afternoon regular Rubber Ramada stream till later this evening. So I'm going to hit play.
helping you with everything. You're dealing with 3 kids. One of whom has some special needs. That would be a very difficult thing to deal with.
Let's do the hard stuff here. Jerry's seen pictures of Timothy. We've all seen pictures of Timothy at the time of his death. How could you not know he was there? How could you not know?
I missed a lot. I hate it because, I feel like a complete failure, but there was things that I just didn't see. There was a lot that I didn't see, unfortunately.
When we come back, the prosecution, the jury returns with a verdict.
Yes, sir.
You look like that when you put him in the bathtub.
Digging too deep.
His death was absolutely devastating.
The suspect, the former politician and subject of the victim's story on corruption.
Can you tell us anything?
Now will write that the death of her son Timothy was a tragic accident and not cold-blooded murder. But in his cross-examination, the prosecutor swiftly went on the attack.
My objective with the cross-examination was to start by having her talk about herself. Remind the jury again of your educational background.
I have a Bachelor of Science degree, magna cum laude, and then I also have a Juris Doctorate.
No, just all these things. But my real purpose here is to show this is an intelligent person. And then I wanted to talk about the dog training. You also train service animals, correct?
I do.
And when you train service animals, is training involved at all? Because I was going to tie that back into, and did almost immediately, and she didn't even really see it coming, to talk about the hot sauce thing. So you never actually grabbed a dog, forced its mouth open, and poured hot sauce down its throat, have you?
No.
Never put hot sauce on a piece of food and then fed it to them, make them eat it, have you?
No, because I don't give my dogs human food. You can't do that with service animals.
No, but you could put it on dog food, didn't you?
I guess I've never even thought about it honestly.
So it never occurred to you to use hot sauce, forcing the use of hot sauce on a dog, but it occurred to you to use that as a form of punishment for your 14-year-old child.
It was Paul's idea, but yes, I was
footed at that point, and well, he liked hot sauce. Well, Well, then it's not a punishment, is it?
The prosecutor had one more surprise in store for Shanda. During cross-examination, Shanda was now claiming she gave Timothy a warm bath the night he died.
So if you're claiming you put your child in the tub hours before he dies of malnutrition, we all know what he looks like. He would have had to have looked like that when you put him in the tub.
So Roberts selected a few crime scene photos of Timothy and walked over to confront Shanda.
So I walk up, I set the photographs down, and again, these are photos that she saw the week before and did not react to. This is hours before. It looked like that when you put them in the bathtub. You know, she doesn't quite react at first, and then she, I'll say, pretends to throw up.
Those who were sitting close to Shanda when she appeared to get sick didn't buy it.
Sorry.
From the jury's point, don't they think you're deceiving them? And that's exactly what they thought. And I know because I asked them.
The prosecution saved one of its strongest pieces of evidence against Shanda for last. Video from inside the small room showing her continuing to mentally and physically abuse Timothy during the last moments of his life. Prosecutors feared that showing the video described the horror it contained.
Did it record any audio from Ms. Vander Ark as she was pulling Timothy into the closet and positioning him on the floor?
It did. I could hear Ms. Vander Ark tell Timothy that he is pathetic, and then adds, but I already knew that as she was dragging him in. He can be seen, his chest rising, lowering very slightly, small little movements, and then there is a point in time where you stop seeing that, and his body just kind of relaxes. And it appears to me that he has died at that point.
After 3 days of testimony, the jury retired to consider Shanda's fate. They returned with a verdict in just over an hour.
Count 1, charging open murder involving the death of Timothy Ferguson. We find her guilty of first-degree felony murder. Count 2, first-degree child abuse. We find her guilty of first-degree child abuse.
The judge spoke directly to Shanda before sentencing her to prison for the rest of her natural life.
And make note of the way he speaks to her. And he has a picture of Timothy up there before all this happened to him, to let the world know what a beautiful young man he was and that he deserved to live and didn't deserve any of this. And to not be remembered in the devastating form that he died in.
I'm choosing not to remember your son dead, looking like a Holocaust victim, but I'm choosing to remember like that. That's how he was.
I will pause there. I will pause there for a brief moment. This beautiful little boy deserved a life that his mother and his brother took away from him. Totally devastating. And not only did they take his life away, the mental health and anguish it put on other people among the family is so heartbreaking to know that one human could do this to another. Absolutely heartbreaking.
A beautiful child with a lot of life in his eyes. That's who your son was. I'm choosing to remember him as a happy individual with life. That's the picture I want people to remember of your son. You took that from him. You took it from him.
Coming up, Paul learns his fate, and Shanda prepares to appeal her conviction. After Shanda Vander Ark was convicted and sentenced to life in prison, the spotlight turned to her son, Paul, who many believe bore equal, if not greater, responsibility for Timothy's death.
In February of 2024, Paul Ferguson appeared in this Muskegon County courtroom to face sentencing after pleading guilty to first-degree child abuse in the death of his brother Timothy.
What I ultimately asked the judge to do was to impose a sentence for Paul that fell within the Michigan sentencing guidelines.
For Paul, that meant a minimum sentence of 9 to 15 years, and he came prepared to express remorse.
If I could do it all again and do it right, I would. I feel I will pay for my choices and yet never feel better because he's still gone.
Paul probably thought he'd pay 9 to 15 years for his actions against Timothy, but the judge had other ideas.
I think all of us would like to believe that this is a product of manipulation, that this is simply somebody doing something that they were told to do, that they were afraid. And I think it's clear to me that Mr. Ferguson, although he says that he was scared of his mother, or there's an allegation of that standpoint, I find that just the opposite to be true based on those text messages. I don't think you have empathy. I don't think you have any emotion whatsoever. And that's what scares the court. And believe me, I have tried to sit here and try to think, well, maybe Mr. Ferguson's not as bad as Mom. I think you're just as bad, if not worse. You could have gone to a neighbor and said, hey, my mom's abusing him. You could have.
And if I remember correctly, he claimed he was abused also. So if that was the case, and he was so scared, why didn't he reach out for help? I understand that sometimes we're scared to reach out for help, but I don't understand it. If he had the opportunities that he had to go and speak to a neighbor, I even think that he didn't even talk to his dad about it, if I remember correctly. And he knew this was going on. There was resources. There's always resources.
Grabbed him and got him out of there. You could have done any number of things to stop this, if not worse. Not as bad as Mom. I think you're just as bad, if not worse. You could have gone to a neighbor and said, hey, my mom's abusing him. You could have grabbed him and got him out of there. You could have done any number of things to stop this, and you chose not to. Your own brother. Based on all that, it's a sentence of the court. You serve 30 years to 100 years, Michigan Department of Corrections.
And y'all see that jump look on his face? He really thought he was going to get away with less. I'll rewind that so y'all can see that jump look on his face. He may have had a couple tears rolling down his nose. But sir, you took a huge part in causing this on your brother. Watch his
Your
face.
own brother. Based on all that, it's a sentence of the court. You serve 30 years to 100 years, Michigan Department of Corrections. Credit for 592 days you've already served.
It was clear from that sentence.
At that very moment, he looked like he was fixing to get sick, like physically sick. That's a true reaction. Yes, his reaction was priceless. He really thought that he wasn't going to have to serve that much time. I really think that's what he thought.
That the judge held Paul basically just as responsible for Timothy's death as Shanda.
Absolutely.
And I have to respect the judge for that.
So the judge literally gave him 4 times plus more than the sentencing guidelines usually allow. And he pointed out on the record why. And quite frankly, it's still a deal. And he'll do 30. That's terrible for him. But it's a better deal than he gave his brother.
Paul Ferguson is currently serving his sentence at Oaks Correctional Facility in Manistee, Michigan, and won't be eligible for parole for another 30 years. Shanda Vander Ark is serving life without parole at a women's prison in Ypsilanti, Michigan. Both are appealing their sentences. Timothy may be gone, but his death did bring his older brother and sister together to honor his memory and speak on his behalf during Shanda's sentencing. Their message couldn't have been more clear.
If I can't have my brother back, she shouldn't have her freedom back.
You know what? Let me go see if I can actually find their Let me see if I can find their actual statements, and we'll watch their impact statements. Let's see. Yeah, their testimony for their impact statement. Here we go. Let's see. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Let's watch the impact statements from the actual sister and the other brother of Timothy that were actually brought together during all this unfortunate demise and disaster that actually brought these two family members together. So this first one is going to be the statement of the sister, and I'm sure she'll state the name.
Come forward, and whoever wishes to speak first may go ahead, and they can stay there. They can come to the podium. It's completely up to them. So
It's Millie Ferguson is going to be first.
Okay.
Billy Ferguson.
And just for the record,
I boosted the volume a little bit. The first one's going to be Billy Ferguson, is what he said.
I think Miss Ferguson actually wrote a letter as well, I believe, and
I believe it's included, yes.
I have read that's attached to the PSI, but she's certainly welcome to make a statement. So.
Billy. I think her name
Good
is Billy.
afternoon, ma'am. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Can you please state your name for the record?
Millie Joan Ferguson.
Go ahead, Ms. Ferguson.
Thank you. I'm Millie. I'm Timothy's youngest older sister. I'm 2 years older than him. One of my earliest memories I have was being taken away from my parents by CPS. My two older brothers rode in a car ahead of us, and me and Timothy rode together in the second car. And in every picture we have as a family, Timothy was always right by my side. We were the two youngest, the two smallest. We were the two that sat in the middle in the backseat car rides with the too small car. The last two to get hand-me-downs, the two that never had to worry about not getting homework help from an older sibling. He was always 2 years behind me, so every time I got to the next level in school, that's how many years I had to wait for him to follow along. When I was in 8th grade, he was in 6th, and there was a student in my science class that started talking about him, trying to start rumors. I stood up right as class was starting, as people were quieting down, and I shouted at him to never talk about my little brother. People could say whatever they wanted about me, I didn't care, but not about him, and never about him, because I was his big sister. It was my job to protect him. I like to say I don't regret things in my life, that every mistake I've made has made me who I am today, but when Timothy died, I couldn't stop regretting. I regret not hugging him more and teasing him so much instead of telling him that I loved him every once in a while. I regret not putting aside my differences with Shanda and Paul just to check in on him. I regret not dancing with him the last time I saw him at our brother's wedding. These are the things that I can't remedy now. There's no fixing what's been done. No way to redo it all over again. And that's my regret, that I couldn't protect him when he needed me most. Timothy was so smart. He could take anything apart with any tools or none at all. He had trouble focusing, but when he did, he was just as smart as the rest of his class. He made people angry, yes, but then he would look at you with those big baby blue eyes and you could never stay mad at him. It took me 6 months of therapy after he died to even properly feel the emotions of his death. And I'm still in therapy today. I've been trying so hard since he passed away just to try to let people know of him, let people know that he was loved, that there are people out there grieving for him. I'm here today for him because I was asked to speak for him, because I was given a victim impact statement for him instead of a witness one, because the victim of this crime can't speak for himself.
You know, as a sister, as an older sister, this has got to be hard on her. My poor mama heart goes out to her and just want to hug her, knowing what a piece of shit her mother is and what they've left these people with to have to deal with, the emotion, the trauma. I just want to hug this poor little girl. And she's not a little girl, I take that back. She's an adult, but still.
Him his whole life. I held him the day he was born, and I continued to try to hold his hand as long as he was by my side, until he wasn't. I want the woman who killed my little brother to face the highest punishment possible. I want her detained for the rest of her life so she can't hurt anyone else.
And just to know, she is speaking of the woman who gave birth to her, the woman whose blood runs through her veins. It's just
the world to know that Timothy was wanted, if not by her, then by me. He was loved by me. Thank you.
Nolan Ferguson will be next, Judge.
Okay.
Please state your name for the record.
I go by Nolan. My full name is Eric Nolan Ferguson Jr.
Go ahead, Mr. Ferguson.
I am Timothy's oldest brother, and unfortunately the oldest child of Shanda Vander Ark. I live with my wife 900 miles from here, and in July of 2022, I was working 60-hour work weeks, trying to build a career when I received a phone call that I never thought I would get. My baby brother Timothy was gone. For 2 days, I reeled with no explanation until I was informed that our own mother was in jail for his murder. Somehow, making an entirely unexpected and deeply awful situation worse. I thought that things were different than when I was younger. I thought my mother had changed for the better. Not one day has been easier since then. I've had to leave my career behind. My wife has to watch helplessly as I struggle, day in and day out, wondering how none of us knew what was going on, wondering if I told Tim I loved him enough times for him to remember up until the very end. I have to wake up every day and pretend that I am who I was before Timothy died. I have to pretend to be Nolan so that my friends and coworkers and family won't worry about me more than they already do. I'm surrounded by people who love me and care about me, but not a single person besides my sisters who understand how hard it is. Timothy wasn't surrounded by people who loved him when he died. And if I had known that, nothing could have stopped me from rescuing him and holding him in my arms and telling him I love him, that his big brothers got him, just like I did the day he was born. But because of Shanda Vander Ark's actions, I instead got to cradle the bag of his ashes in my arms, just like I did the day he was born. In all my life, I only knew one thing that my little brother didn't like. He hated goodbyes. If he had to say goodbye to anyone, he would cry and he would hold you and he would say, "Don't go." But now I'm the one crying, but I never got to say goodbye. I will always love Timothy like I always have, and it kills me to think about it. But I know he loved even his abuser and killer up until the very end, because unlike me, that's all he was capable of, love. I, on the contrary, want to stand here and express the anger and hatred that I feel, but if I'm honest, all that's just a mask, a bandage I try to put over the hole in my heart that was reserved for Timothy, but is now just filled with pain and remorse for every hug, high five, and I loved you that I might have missed in the time that I had with my sweet baby brother. So now I turn to the justice system in hopes that in addition to serving the maximum penalty, that there will be no appeals or second chances. If I can't have my brother back.
And bless his heart, where is he now? He is somewhere having to listen to the fact that his trash of a biological mother is appealing this. And what? Put everybody through the trauma of another trial? Get the fuck out of here. This poor man has suffered. There's so many people that have suffered from this. Do your time, Shanda. Let it go.
She shouldn't have her freedom back. And lastly, I want everyone to know that to those who knew him, even that wouldn't feel like justice. Because the life of one sweet little blue-eyed boy is not equivalent to that of a murderer.
Thank you, Mr. Ferguson.
That's right.
Thank you, Judge. I want to preface this by saying that those of us involved in the justice system, including the defendant, know what sentence the court is going to impose here, at least for that first-degree murder charge. And it is a sentence which is as warranted in this case as ever there was a case. That life without parole is the only sentence that Ms. Vander Ark should receive. I wanted to stand here for two reasons. I wanted to stand here, up here at this podium, next to Millie and next to Nolan as they gave their statements for two reasons. One, to show that we support them, that we support whatever statement they wanted to make here today. But I also wanted to see Ms. Vander Ark. She didn't look over at her kids once. Not once during this entire process did she look over at her children. And that speaks volumes because...
And she gonna turn around and mouth something to her lawyer. Screw you, Shanda. You didn't look up at your children while they were up there speaking. They are hurt by you and your actions.
This case has always struck me that it's impossible as a parent, let alone as a human being, to understand the depths of the depravity that it took for us to come here today. All of the things that she did, or all of the things that she withheld, or all of the things that she directed her other son to do are so callous and so cold that they just defy explanation. And I convinced myself that the only thing that could make any sense is that on some level, she had stopped thinking of her children as human beings. And frankly, her not looking over and not even wanted to express some type of emotion or some type of remorse or some type of recognition of those two older children that she had a hand in raising and who spoke so eloquently and so beautifully and so passionately here today, just reflects what I guess we already feared and already knew about Ms. Vander Ark. By a long margin, this case has been the most difficult case that I've ever worked on as a prosecutor. There are a few people that have had any contact with this that wouldn't say the same thing, whether it's police officers, whether it's the first responders, whether it's the paramedics or the firefighters who were on the scene, who all needed counseling to get through it, to the prosecutors that have looked at this, to the other attorneys that have looked at this, to anyone you talk to. Nobody can look at this and understand any of this. And certainly nothing in Ms. Vander Ark's testimony, we know it wasn't persuasive for the jury, and nothing in her testimony can provide any real insight into what was going on here. Again, other than what I feel is the conclusion here is that her children were just not people to her, that she just stopped thinking of them as that. They were, certainly Timothy was just an obstacle to her. He was a challenge that she was going to win. She was not going to let Timothy win. And she said it over and over again in the text messages. And it's just unfathomable.
Okay, we're going to pause that. We're still there on break for another 15 minutes still. But what we're going to do is we're going to take a break from that. We are going to take a break from that. We're going to share some cuteness while we're breaking. Everybody take a deep breath. It's a little heartbreaking. These, I'm going to flip through. We have a few puppy pictures. We have some babies. We have some cuteness. We have love. They sitting on top of one another. I got one that sleeps on his back all the time. Overload of cuteness. Okay, hang on. Let me get the video. I have a video here. Here we go. Let's do the video. Are you ready? You ready for this? Look at the baby with his little tongue sticking out. Y'all, these are my babies. It's only 4 minutes, but this is just something to get by while we're wasting a few minutes, getting some relief. So much relief of this one over here with his tongue sticking out, sleeping on his back. I don't know if you could hear that. He's smacking his lips. And this one over here sucking. Yeah, there's one that's the black and white one that right here that's fixing to show. This black and white one, this is the runt. He looks like meat. And Lola has to come in and you can hear her coming up. She's checking it out. I know, the paw pads. No, it's real faint. You could barely hear the sound. I can hear it in my ear, just real faint.
Meat Junior.
That's Meat Junior. And this he gonna go chew on his leg. He said, "Here, let me get a bite of you." Their eyes are not open yet. I say today is 1 week. I have a couple brindles. I have a couple grays, and then I have a couple that are tan and gray. And then I have and then I have one that looks like meat. That's the black and white like meat. And none that are tan like Lola.
Yawn. Where you going? Where you going?
Just my little cuteness. I'm enamored with my babies. They're finding new homes. I've got 3 of them have homes so far that are good homes that I know.
Uh-oh.
Oh, he's going to go wake up the
Everything
sleepy back one.
disturbing.
My little one that sleeps on his back all the time. He's like, get away. Get away.
Meat Junior's on the crawl. Meat Junior's on the crawl. Is his eyes open yet? Not yet. He's on the go. But this one's still on the go. Wait a minute. This one says, get the frick off me. This one just a squirming. We are 1 week today.
See, here comes that solid gray one.
Oh my God, sleepy head right here. And sleepy head right here.
Yeah, so those are my babies. I know. That one just wants to snuggle.
Goodness. They're messing with you.
They're kept messing with that one sleeping on his back.
Oh, we got some commotion. We got some commotion. All right, here you go. There's some puppy love.
That's my puppy love. That was my favorite with that one right there, upside down. Okay, and because it's Thanksgiving, let me see if I can find my Thanksgiving. Let's see, hang on. I have a Thanksgiving funny. Let me see if I can find it. While we're waiting, let's see. Let's see, we're going to share that for a minute instead. They're still at lunch break. Let me see if I can find my Thanksgiving funny because it was really cute. Just something for a good laugh. Here we go. Let's watch this just real quick. Just something funny. Oh, because, well, hang on. It lost sound. It lost sound. Let me pull it down and put it back up. Hang on. I know, if they'd stay that small, oh my goodness, I wouldn't know what to do. They're doing really well feeding. Lola has been a great mother taking care of these. So I'm going to play this. This is my Thanksgiving, just because y'all know I'm off the wall and I'm all for comedy, and we all need that comedic break. So y'all just bear with me. This boy is learning about a turkey. And when he's done with this, we should be back in court. So let's watch for a minute.
Nathan thinks he can handle this.
Okay, so I'm gonna get the turkey ready for my mom to cook.
Nathan thinks he can handle this. Yep, you got to get all that out.
Is it a boy or a girl?
Boy or a girl turkey? I have no idea.
This is my Thanksgiving video for y'all. He wants to know if it's a boy or girl turkey, okay?
Boy or a girl turkey? I have no idea.
I think it's a boy.
Nathan.
What?
Nate, don't. Nathan.
I think it's a boy.
Nathan. Look. Nate,
It
stop.
cracks me up every time.
Look at me. Look. Don't put your hand on your mouth. What's the problem?
I don't know. Mom, I think it's a boy.
Nathan. Look at me. Stop gagging.
I know, right?
Okay.
The gag.
Oh my god.
Put it down. What is that?
I think it's a penis. Turkey penis.
All right, what else is in there?
I don't know, Mom. I'm thinking. Oh my god.
Boy, you are not right.
A bunch of ice, it feels like.
A piece of ice.
Oh my god.
Is that it?
Oh my god.
Is that it?
Yeah, that's.
So I guess we got a male, huh?
Yeah.
Nate.
Oh my god.
Nathan. Buddy.
What?
That's its neck.
It's not its neck. These are its legs, and this is its area.
Area.
These are the bones.
Nathan.
These are the bones. Turkey's necks are not this small.
Nathan.
This is
Nathan.
This is not its neck.
Okay, buddy. Okay.
Oh my god.
You're a mess. This turned out even better than I thought. Yes, it's a neck.
This is not a neck.
Okay. Can you put it down? This is disturbing.
This is not a neck.
It's disturbing.
Oh my
Wow,
god.
this is even better than I thought it was going to be. Are you done now?
Why? Oh my god.
I don't.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
Oh, y'all. What a mess. What a mess. Where's my little, I had a little comedy thing. I guess I took it off. It was a turkey, but what a mess. All right. Let's switch back over to this tab. Oh, I took the tab off. Hold up. I clicked the wrong thing. All right. They should be back from lunch any few minutes now. So we're just going to wait for them. I have it muted because they're awfully loud. Does anybody, y'all have any plans for Thanksgiving? Anybody have any good plans for Thanksgiving? I know we needed a laugh, y'all. You got to laugh sometimes because the chaos amongst watching some of this stuff, we have to get a little bit of humor in here. Otherwise, it gets rough and it gets a little hard to watch. And I always try to add a little bit of humor to that. I'm pressing buttons. Yes, yes, yes. I press some buttons. Whole screens will disappear. The whole stream will disappear. Oh, speaking of pressing buttons, y'all, great news. So I don't know I'm sure you all remember how about a month ago, I got a strike on my channel when we were doing the Melissa Perez trial that was in San Antonio about the 3 officers that shot her, and she was going through a mental health crisis. And I got my stream back, and they took the strike away from my channel. So I was so pleased and so happy about that we're back on the right track with that. Yes, I got my stream back for that. Although it was an hour and a half in when they struck me, I get an hour and a half on my stream back. But still, the fact of the matter is they did give it back to me. I did protest it, and I did have a little help in the background from my lovely Hio. But yes, I did get it removed from my channel. We got it fixed. And I'm so happy for that because it was really bothering me. And, it really put a lot on me mental health wise, having to deal with the anguish of not being able to stream for 7 days. It really messed with me. Yes, Hio is amazing. She is. And I was so glad she helped me get that stream back and got that strike removed from my channel because it was really, it was bothersome for me, because I felt like, I didn't feel like, I knew I didn't do anything wrong. I knew I was doing the right thing. I knew I was transformative. We talk, all that fun stuff. So I knew, and it was really, I was so glad to get it back. So anyways, does anybody have any plans for Thanksgiving? My plans fell through. We were going to have company, but I was told 2 days ago they're not coming. So we have to figure out something new as far as what we're going to do for our meal for Thanksgiving. I do have stuff here that I'm going to cook. I had bought a turkey just in case something happened. Well, that just in case happened. And so now we're going to cook a turkey. We're talking about spatchcocking it and doing it on the big barbecue pit, the big old Smoky Joe we got. And I think we're going to barbecue it. Do something different with the turkey. We usually fry it. I just don't feel like putting all that money into peanut oil this year. It takes me 3 to 4 big gallon things of peanut oil, and that freaking costs money after a while, and I don't feel like doing that. You will be plowing snow for Thanksgiving. You're supposed to get 6 inches in Michigan. Wow. Oh my star. It's like 85 degrees here. Snow is the furthest thing from my mind. If it snowed here, it would be like a cold day in hell, especially for Thanksgiving. It does not happen. For the first time in forever, I am not cooking and going to my kid's uncle's house. Well, that'll be fun. That'll be something just fun and different to do. We had originally made plans to go to brother and sister-in-law's, but that kind of fell through. And with mom and everything, it's kind of hard to get mom in a car, and with all her ailments and stuff, to put her in a car for a 4-hour road trip to San Antonio is just, it's just not healthy for her right now. So we offered for everybody to come here, and I would cook Thanksgiving at my house. So there's another thing. Sheila gets to cook. It seems I'm always cooking, though. I'm always cooking. Come to San Antonio. Well, that's where we were going. I was going to San Antonio to my sister and brother-in-law's, but plans changed because, I can't put mom in a car for that long. So, Maria, Always happy to be here. Happy Thanksgiving to all. Member for 9 months. Oh, we have a YouTube baby. That's what they call those. A 9-month membership is a YouTube baby. So anything after 9 months, you're going to owe me child support because it's my channel. You had my baby, so you're going to owe me child support. So I think with child support, you're going to have to keep being a member to carry on with our baby. Just my thought. I'm losing my mind. Y'all, it's too early for me. Y'all know I don't get up this early. I'm barely, look, it's just now noon. I would barely be getting out of bed right now. And in about the next 30 minutes, I'm going to be having to cook bacon and get all that prep for Hector. Y'all, my routine. And see, this is why I don't stream anymore until 3 o'clock, because that gives me plenty of time to do all the cooking and stuff before he leaves to work. But here I am this morning. Shanda Vander Ark decided to take me on a different route today, but that's okay. I don't mind. I don't mind being here with y'all. It's been kind of fun, kind of a different break on my routine. Although Hector's gotten up a couple times and you don't recall when you ask for child support. Let's do it. Yeah. You just have to stay subscribed to the channel. That's your child support to me. Staying surprised. I flip and love bacon. Yeah, that's my thing is I cook bacon for Hector on his days of work, Monday through Thursday. Actually, secret time. Tonight's his last night, and he's off until next Monday. So he'll be on his Thanksgiving holidays. So I'm kind of excited. Be the end of that work week for tonight. So I'm excited. I'm ready for it to be over with and have a few days of just him at home, not having to worry about anything. We don't get that very often. We have our 3-day weekends, but I enjoy the fact that he's going to be able to be home for 5 days. That's going to be fun. Let's see. I am going to play a song and take a comfort break real quick. And as soon as we get back, I shouldn't be but a couple minutes. And hopefully court will resume. So I'm going to take a comfort break. I will be right back. And I'm sure y'all will hold down the fort for me while I go do this. I will be right back.
One of these days I'll be alright. There's nothing here that I don't like. Just being me, living through my scars as I watch the clouds near and far. Hard to live within the truth, the memories of my youth. I'm doing my best to get it together, no matter the storm of the weather. Living like I had nothing to lose, not allowing them to light my fuse. I know I can't be the only one, a different path I never dreamed I'd find. It's a beautiful day to start with own mind. Live your best life, I'm not crazy. Stay a while, don't worry about tomorrow. Live for today, one of these days I'll be alright. There's nothing here that I don't like, just being me, living through my scars as I watch the clouds near and far. Hard to live what's in the truth, the memories of my youth. I'm doing my best to get it together, no matter the storm or the weather. Living like I have nothing to lose, not allowing them to lie.
I gotta figure out how to stop this.
I know I can't be the only one, a different path I never dreamed of.
Okay. I couldn't figure it out. Couldn't figure out where it was. Couldn't figure it out. Okay, we got some volume. They're still not there yet, but we're ready. We're ready. Okay, y'all come back. I didn't even get much of a comfort. I walked over and talked to Hector for 2 minutes. That was all I got. I told him I'd wait till 1 o'clock to cook his bacon. Her nose is red. She looks funny with that ponytail like that. Because you remember, I don't know if y'all remember, but during her trial, she always wore that braid. I think she had the 2 braids that came down. And so she kind of looks odd with her hair pulled back in a little bun thingy like that. And her face does look red. She may be feeling bad, but not too bad to be sitting there at trial, in my opinion. Wonder who they're going to have come up on stand next. What they have to say. This is quite interesting. I didn't expect it to go this way this morning. Yeah. See, I was right. She had braids. Yeah, she had the 2 braids, one that came down each side. She, I have to say, with her hair pulled back like this, I see Paul in her face. I see a lot of Paul in her face with her hair pulled back. Okay, here we go. I got sound.
Mr. Johnson,
Okay.
if you want to come
Get my
on.
chair comfy.
All right, we're back in the record in 23-110 FC People versus Shanda Vander Ark. Where we left off, Mr. Johnson was on the stand. I think the parties had concluded their questions. The court did have some questions for Mr. Johnson. Mr. Johnson, you obviously know you're still under oath.
I do.
All right. Let me just see here. There were some questions about by Mr. Ambrose regarding the suspension.
Yes, sir.
That I think occurred, last year or this year?
I served it last year. It took almost 9 months to get the process rolling, so it actually occurred the year before.
All right. And my understanding, you've actually been here and a Gither hearing for that case, correct?
For that case, yes, but not for that issue.
You're not for that issue, but in this court, correct?
Yes, sir.
In this very courtroom, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, and that was for it was People versus LTJ Udall, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And that was 2019,
Sorry, I'm trying to adjust the sound because I don't want it to blow your ears out.
I think it's 947 FC.
Yes, sir.
All right. And I just wanted, for the record, my understanding is the basis of the disciplinary action was that in that case, let me just go back. My understanding of the facts of that case, very briefly, Mr. Udall was charged with criminal sexual conduct, I think in the first degree. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And the victim of that charge was a client or represented by the public defender's office. Is that correct?
Yes.
And that was in an abuse neglect case or an NA case, correct?
Yes.
All right. In my understanding, you did not actually handle that case, correct?
That is correct.
And was it other members of your office that had handled that?
Yes.
Right. And my understanding is there was a file that was taken from your office detailing this minor child's counseling records, psychological records. Is that correct?
Yes.
And my understanding is that you actually used those in Mr. Udall's defense.
I saw them. They weren't used.
They weren't used, but you certainly used them to prepare.
Yeah, yes, sir. I read them and I knew.
And my understanding is there was supposed to be You were supposed to isolate yourself from that. It was set up to isolate yourself from those files because you knew there could be a potential conflict. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. We had processes in place to make sure that didn't happen.
Okay. And that did not happen.
That's correct. The processes failed.
And so essentially you actually used what were supposed to be withheld from you.
Yes.
In that case, Mr. Udall's case. Is that
Yes,
correct?
sir.
And that was the basis for the judiciary or the complaint.
Yes, sir.
Grievance, correct?
Yes, sir, it was.
And you admitted that this happened, and I don't think you contested it at all, correct?
That is correct.
All right. And that's the basis for the disciplinary action, as far as you know.
Yes, sir.
All right. As far as you know, did the disciplinary action have anything to do with, not getting back to your client or not talking to her, doing something that you weren't supposed to do in terms of representing, something similar to what's being alleged in this case?
No, sir.
My understanding is that there was Mr. Udall's case actually had 2 trials. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And you represented Mr. Udall in the first trial. Is that correct?
Yes.
And that resulted, what was the result of that trial?
That was a hung jury, Judge.
Okay. And then the second trial, I have, at least according to what the records say, is they occurred in December 13th to December 15th of 2023. Is that your recollection?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, you had testified. Mr. Ambrose had asked you about, your stress level at that time. You were on a conveyor belt. Was that true at the time of the second trial in Mr. Udall's case? That you were on a conveyor belt? I think that's one of the reasons you said what was going on for the disciplinary action. Is that true?
Judge, it was that the workload continued unabated for the time I was at the public defender's office. It was self-inflicted. I didn't go on vacations. I didn't. When I retired, I had 50 more days of vacation time that they didn't even compensate me for. I was at that office and I was doing that work. So yes, it was a continuation of the same process throughout the entire time. The only difference being was when it came to a capital, well, it's not capital in Michigan, but a life case in Michigan, the priority shifted so that the time that I needed for that case would shift to that big case, the life case, as opposed to misdemeanor cases that I might be working on.
And I actually misspoke. So my understanding, I got this trial, Ms. Vander Ark's case actually took place between December 13th and December 15th of 2023. Is that your understanding?
Yes, sir.
I had it wrong. That Udall case happened in April of 2022. Is that your recollection?
I thought so. I thought his was done by the time Ms. Vander Ark began.
Okay. So this trial,
yeah.
Did you go right from the Udall case to focusing on Ms. Vander Ark's case? Because it looks like they went from April 2022 and then a little over a year later, you're trying another FC case.
No, I think there were at least a few weeks in between. I don't think so.
All right. Now, was there, looking back on it.
Yes, sir.
Were you able to give Ms. Vander Ark's case what you felt was the appropriate amount of attention for an FC case?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Was that with the assistance of the people you've already indicated?
Yes, the team did.
It wasn't all you, it was the team.
That's correct.
All right. And would you say that you were in charge of the team? Like,
yes, sir.
You weren't absent and said, look, you guys do all the work. I got to take care of everything else. Or were you there for meetings? Were you there for other stuff?
I was there.
Okay. All right.
Geez, he asked that kind of like if he was an absentee father or something. That was just a weird way to put it.
And I'm trying to understand the defense strategy. Okay.
Yes, sir.
From what you've testified to, my understanding is that your strategy was to essentially go from a intentional crime to a negligent crime. Is that correct?
In effect, yes, a crime where there wasn't the mens rea to commit harm. So yes, sir.
At the break, I looked up the jury instructions, and it looks like you. Correct me if I'm wrong. I can't remember exactly, but did you ask for the involuntary manslaughter instruction?
We did not.
You did not.
No, sir.
Okay. But it was included, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Was that at the request of the prosecution? Do you recall?
Now that you mention it, I don't remember who asked for it. Now that you mention it, I don't know, because we obviously, for the record, we discuss these instructions in chambers, and the instruction, it would have come up. I don't know who asked for it. It might have been me. I don't remember.
Okay. So my question is this: you had testified at the beginning of Mr. Ambrose's questioning that Ms. Vander Ark had not given you consent to ask the jury for a manslaughter verdict.
That's correct.
Was that your testimony?
Yes, sir.
But then later on, you said the focus was going to be this is not an intentional crime, that there's just something wrong with it, correct?
Yes, sir.
My question to you is, when these discussions between you and Ms. Vander Ark, did she unequivocally say, I am not guilty of any crime? Or was the discussions, look, I didn't do this intentionally. I didn't mean to do this. I'm not going to plead to something that I didn't intentionally do. Was there a dichotomy in that discussion?
The discussions about
Shanda, quit with your nodding your head no and mouthing your shit. Just stop. Let the judge ask the attorney the questions. She's over here. Nope. Girl.
Something that I didn't intentionally do. Was there a dichotomy in that discussion?
the discussions about her responsibility came in two phases. The first phase, when we first met, she told me the same thing she told the police at the time that the boy was discovered, that she found him in the bunk bed, she poured him down, and she's trying to administer CPR and et cetera, et cetera. That's the first thing she told me.
Okay, no, this is a previous trial. She is asking for a retrial. She's already been convicted, and she wants a new trial. She thinks that because he used the word manslaughter in her closing argument, that he is an ineffective counsel, is what I've gathered out of all this. So, and it was a jury trial originally, yes.
Then after that, once we got past that and the police reports came in, it was clear that wasn't the situation. We talked about individual defenses to individual crimes. And we covered everything. We covered all the things that she might be, that her conduct might find, the jury might find her guilty of. I never directly challenged her, did you do something here? And that's not my way. If a client either wants to talk to you about that way or they don't want to. But based on the conduct of our conversations, it was clear that she was aware that there's something that's wrong here. There's something that I may be found guilty of. And that's kind of how we kind of, in order to bridge the gap from her having to confess to me, we kind of discussed it as there's something you might be found guilty of. And this is the things you might be found guilty of. And this is the things that we might be able to achieve if we do these sorts of things. And avoiding, and the bottom line is avoid first degree murder.
Okay. So it was never, she never said, well, I'm guilty of something. It was more of discussion about, okay, throw it all out the window. What could the jury potentially find? What's a mitigating thing we can do? Is that right? That
was the strategy, Judge. It was never, I never confronted her to ask her if she did something wrong or not. I gave her the way out. The jury might find you guilty of these things. What are we talking about? And that's how we bridge that gap.
So there was never an affirmation on her part that I recognize that I am guilty of a not unintended.
You know, the judge needs to speak up and tell her she needs to mind her P's and Q's, either sit there and stop shaking or get out of my courtroom. I mean, ma'am, you are being very disruptive. I just
intentional type of charge.
Never before or since.
Okay. And it sounds like initially you wanted to find an expert witness to assist you in that defense, correct?
Very much so.
And you went through, you tried two different expert witnesses. Is that correct?
We hired 2 different ones. We talked to 3 or 4 others, and we talked to other people, but we hired 2.
Right. And is it your testimony you could not find an expert that could assist you in that defense?
Yes, sir. That is my testimony.
Did you discuss with Ms. Vander Ark that you were going to make the argument to the jury that she was guilty of an unintentional, negligent
Ma'am,
type
let him finish talk.
version of?
She's over here shaking her head no, and the judge hasn't even finished making his statement. It's very, very, very inappropriate. Very inappropriate, Crash. Very inappropriate.
Of either manslaughter or homicide. Did you ever discuss that with her, that was the strategy?
I can tell you how we discussed it. First-degree murder is an intentional homicide. You didn't intend to do anything, and that's the argument we're going to make to the jury. That's how we discussed it.
Did she ever say, wait a minute, no, I don't want you to do that because I'm not guilty of anything here?
No, Miss Vander Ark, again, she was the client from heaven. She sat and she listened and we talked. She understood, and then she trusted my judgment. At least her conduct indicated she trusted my judgment from that second week on. The only thing, Judge, the only thing we ever had a crossword on was about the Michigan-Alabama football games.
So again,
Excuse me? What the actual fuck? I'm sorry. The only thing we had disagreement was about the football games? And look at the little smirk on her face when he says that.
And then she trusted my judgment. At least her conduct indicated she trusted my judgment from that second week on. The only thing, Judge, the only thing we ever had a crossword on was about the Michigan-Alabama football games.
so again, she never said, Mr. Johnson, that is not an argument I want to make. I am maintaining my innocence to every single thing that I am innocent, and I absolutely do not want you to concede any sort of guilt in any way, shape, or form.
That is absolutely correct.
Okay, that she did not.
She did not. Not ever.
And you feel, coming from defense background,
Mm-hmm.
sometimes defense attorneys have a tendency to kind of.
Well, thank you for being here, Andy. I've enjoyed you. You know, I normally don't stream in the morning times, but I've been here this morning and I have enjoyed you being here. Thank you so much. Much love to you, sweetie.
They think they know more. They know what's better for the client, right?
Yes, ma'am.
I know you don't want to do this, but we're going to do it anyway because I want to make sure that we're successful here.
Yes, sir.
Did you do something that she did not want you to do to be successful, or did you do what you had to do in consultation with her about what the strategy was going to be?
The latter. And again, this is a different client than what we normally receive. This was a client who's much more sophisticated about the law and had much better understanding. And our relationship was more co-counsel, or maybe senior counsel myself and junior counsel myself, but more co-counsel than lawyer layman or layperson. She understood the strategy. She conceded that was the strategy that we were going to use at trial. She understood it. She knew I was going to do that. Did she know the exact wording or how it would come out? No, she didn't, because I didn't. But she understood it, and she understood what we were going with. And at no time did she express concerns that I don't want to do it that way. I want to go on and say, I didn't do anything. I wasn't even, whatever her argument would have been. But no, I never asked her if she committed the offense. She never told me she didn't commit the offense.
The other question I have is, in all these discussions, I mean, obviously you're saying not first degree, not premeditated.
Yes, sir.
Not second degree, not because that's an intentional crime,
Yes.
right? Not necessarily voluntary manslaughter,
Yes.
but was there ever discussion? Well, listen, this is charge. We think. Let me back this up.
Okay.
You had said you argued to the jury manslaughter because you were hoping that they would find a middle ground and go for second.
Yeah. Yes.
Was that the strategy that you guys came up with? Or was that kind of like in your mind, you said, well, wait a minute, worst case scenario, maybe it'll be second, but I really want manslaughter?
Okay. No, this is a strategy that I came up with. We did not come up with it. This is the strategy that I suggested to her, and I told her that I was going to follow. And
Her little mouth. Thank you. Bitch, calm down.
and at no point did she express to me that, no, I don't want to do it that way.
When that final day when she was last day of trial,
Yes, sir.
You indicated she was in a ball in the holding cell. Did you ever suggest doing Zoom, potentially her zooming in from outside the courtroom for the trial?
No, I did not.
Okay. Did you feel rushed at all that morning by either myself or the court or anybody else to kind of say, let's get this rolling? And
Not rush. I wish we'd have adjourned it for another day to see if she could come around, but no, I didn't feel rushed. I understood that the issues were presented to the court. The court made its call. It wasn't that the court was trying to rush me to do something. It's just that this is what the court thinks we're going to do, and so that's what we do. I didn't feel rushed. I just felt okay.
it was I think we waited a couple hours, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And now I want to make sure. I mean, you're obviously aware of the legal definition of competency in terms of the state of Michigan.
Yes, sir.
Could she rationally assist in her defense? Does she understand your job, the prosecutor's job, the court's job, the jury's job? Do you feel that she was legally, according to the standard of the state of Michigan,
okay,
would you believe that she was legally competent in everything that you observed that day?
Yes, sir.
Did she ever ask, say, hey, listen, I want you to ask these certain questions?
No, sir. She directed me to ask very few questions. She had observations, but she didn't.
I'm talking about that day.
Oh, that day. No,
state. Okay.
No, sir.
I think her affidavit says she had a lot of questions that she wanted to ask the witness. I think what part of them, I might paraphrase.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just wondering if those were ever communicated to you when she was in that state.
No, sir.
Okay. All right. All right. That's all I have. All right. Any follow-up, Mr. Ambers?
Yes.
Yeah, go ahead.
It was your request, the lesser included. Is that correct?
Probably.
Okay.
It was a chambers discussion when we talked about the instructions, and so I don't have any specific recollection, but probably I can't think by the people would want that instruction.
Okay. May I approach?
You may.
And this is a transcript of December 15th, 2023. Page 41 near the bottom and going to the next page.
Okay.
I have a question. We don't have exhibits. We don't have to do this as an exhibit or anything that may come up again, that this is what he was looking at. I got questions. What are we doing?
Does that refresh your recollection that it was your desire or your request for the involuntary manslaughter instruction?
Be honest, counsel, I still don't remember asking for it, but I don't have any reason to dispute what's written there in the transcript.
And it does say that Mr. Chambers or Mr. Johnson is your. So my understanding from our discussion in chambers, Mr. Johnson, is you're requesting an instruction on lesser included offense of involuntary manslaughter. Is that correct? And your response was, that is correct, Judge.
Okay.
All right.
Yes, sir.
I agree with that. So it was your request.
Clearly.
And so my client's, Ms. Vander Ark is not in the courtroom at this time, correct? December, that's that Friday.
If that same day?
Yes.
No, she's not in the courtroom.
And you're not discussing involuntary manslaughter with her when she's balled up on the floor, right?
That's correct.
And she's catatonic, right? What you said.
It's what I said to the press, sir. She was distraught, and she was literally curled up in a ball and crying on the floor.
And you're not discussing with her at that time, or are you? Hey, I think I can go with the involuntary manslaughter. What do you think?
Correct.
All right. And throughout, from day one, Ms. Vander Ark said that she was not guilty of this offense. She maintained her innocence. Is that correct?
As I've said, I never asked her if she did it, and I don't recall her saying, I didn't do this. There's quite literally videotape of her conduct. So I don't recall her ever saying, I didn't do anything. What I recall is she never told me that she intentionally did anything to her child or to any of her children. And that's what I recall. I don't recall her saying, I'm not guilty. This is not me. I didn't starve my child, that sort of thing.
Did you guys ever have a discussion? Ms. Vander Ark, you kind of meet these elements of involuntary manslaughter. You want me to see what I can do with the prosecutor, see if they'll accept a plea?
Sort of. What we talked about was she's charged with this homicide, and these are the possible outcomes a jury could legally come to, and these are what they require, and it may be and we talked about it. If we're winning the trial, what do we do? If the trial's not going sideways, what do we do? That sort of thing. But she understood that there were options, and that and during our conversations, my conversations with her, that we talked about what we might argue on if the facts support it. Does that make sense?
Well, you mentioned on direct in the morning, it was kind of your decision to argue to the jury that she's guilty of involuntary manslaughter.
That's correct.
My client, Ms. Vander Ark, never said, I'm guilty of voluntary manslaughter.
That's correct.
And just as a general question, on December 15th, when she was, on the floor and in distress, did you request any type of medical assistance or to have her evaluated?
No, sir.
Your Honor, I don't have any further questions.
Just a couple briefly, and Your Honor, I guess I would just ask the court at this point in time to take judicial notice of the opinion and order regarding new trial in the LTJ Udell case. I do have extra copies. I wasn't anticipating admitting it, but given the court's questions, I think it's just come up. There's been a Ginther hearing. This is the court's ultimate opinion on the matter.
Ma'am, get to a microphone.
Yeah. Judicial notice, and I do have a copy for admission if the court wants it that way versus.
Yeah, that's fine. I think I can take judicial notice of it, right? If you're asking, because it's in the file. So
I would just mark it as people's two, or proposed to.
All right, Mr. Ambrose. Any objection?
No. Okay. Court record.
Thank you. Do we have Exhibit 1 too, by the way? Is it still on this?
It is.
Is it needed anymore? Or I was just going to make sure I keep track of the exhibits. So, all right, good enough.
Okay. Mr. Johnson, is it? I'm sorry, Your Honor. May I proceed?
Oh, okay. So this is the opinion order in LTJ Udell case, correct?
Correct.
Okay. All right. I wasn't, Mr. Ambrose, were you aware of that?
Yeah, I mean,
I wanted to make sure we're on the same page.
Yeah.
Okay. Yep. I remember it. So wrote it. So, good enough. Go ahead.
And just to confirm, it's been admitted.
It is. Yes.
Mr. Johnson, is it fair to say that you're aware that involuntary manslaughter is a necessary lesser included offense to murder?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So if the record shows that you requested it, would that be a standard course and an open murder charge to ask for that?
Most certainly.
And you did in fact go over involuntary manslaughter and what that would entail with your client.
On multiple occasions.
Okay. And so it's not that she's in the jail, she's away from you, and you just decide to ask for the instruction right then and there without consulting her.
Well, I didn't ask her if we could put in the instructions, but we talked about that argument being an option.
Did she condone that option?
She doesn't do that. She doesn't say, okay, you got it. I will do it that way. She simply, I tell her this is what I think we should do. And she nods and yes, and okay. And that sort of thing. She's not the kind of person who was going to challenge, I think.
Is he describing exactly what she's doing right now as she sits in this courtroom, nodding yes, nodding no, mouthing little words, but never committing to anything? Is that how it was when you interviewed her?
She understands and she trusts.
Did you feel that she was aware about the strategy about attacking the mens rea elements?
Yes, ma'am.
And based on your knowledge, mens rea is different for first degree, second degree, and manslaughter, correct?
Based on my knowledge, yes.
So while you might not have used the words manslaughter, was she aware that there was going to be some concession of mens rea in some way?
Okay.
Maybe negligence or something along those lines?
She can stop. She can stop with her nodding her head no. I'm sorry. We are intelligent enough to know that she was going to college to get a law degree. She was working as a clerk of court. She was in the judicial branch for her job position. So just stop with all the bullshit of not knowing.
And we discussed options prior to trial, and I told her what the options were, and that as depending how the evidence came in, we would select one of the options. One of the options I told her that I would be selecting would be this negligent homicide argument. So did we sit at the table and talk about it during the trial? We did not, but she was aware that was an option, and she was aware I was considering it, and she never objected to it.
Thank you.
Mr. Ambrose.
Mr. Ambrose, hello, it's your turn. Speak up, sir. Find something to say.
Did Miss Vander Ark ever express to you her guilt of anything?
No.
And her testimony at trial, would you agree, was an expression of her being not guilty?
Yes.
Of her belief?
Yes.
That she was not guilty of any type of murder?
Yes.
I don't have any further questions.
Up to that?
No, thank you.
All right. Mr. Johnson, I just want to clear, I think we're all dancing around the same question here. Did you ever say, hey, listen, I'm going to her, in those words, we're going to go for involuntary manslaughter?
No.
When you said possible outcomes, did you mean, hey, listen, open murder, you can be first, second, voluntary, involuntary? Is that what you discussed with her?
That's what we discussed.
Okay. And did you discuss all the elements of all those?
Yes, we did.
Okay. And it sounds like you discussed 1 and 2 are off the board, correct? I mean, that was not something you guys were going to argue, correct? First and second degree.
Most certainly not.
Okay. And when you guys talked about, so my understanding is as the trial progressed, you were waiting to see how the proofs came in, to see exactly what manslaughter was going to be argued or just complete in it. I mean, did you ever foreclose the idea of the argument to the jury that completely not guilty of everything?
No, sir. That's the first argument.
Okay. And then was it okay, listen, depending on how things go, then we might have to say, all right, well, that's out the window. Maybe we should argue involuntary manslaughter.
Yes.
Right. When you guys discussed this, did you use those terms, involuntary manslaughter?
Yes, by name.
Okay, so you actually said involuntary manslaughter to her.
Yes.
And you believe she understood that?
Yes, both manslaughter by name. She's a lawyer. She understood. So I was.
Thank you. I'm glad he just said that. Thank you. I've just been repeating myself, feeling like I'm talking to a computer screen and nobody's listening. She has lawyer ability. She understands the lawyer mentality.
Did you use those terms, involuntary manslaughter?
Yes, by name.
Okay, so you actually said involuntary manslaughter to her.
Yes.
And you believe she understood that?
Yes, both manslaughter by name. She's a lawyer. She understood. So I wasn't as reticent about not, but by breaking it down as I normally would be. She understood all four the options, and we talked to them by name.
Okay. When did it become apparent to you in the course of the trial that the complete innocent verdict was gone? The fact that you were going to go for not guilty completely. That you said strategy number one. When did that occur to you that went out the window?
Judge, if you'll recall, there was a point in the trial where the witness testified that he sent my client a photograph on his phone of Timothy, and he was shirtless, and the pants were falling off of him, and he sent this photograph to my client, and my client saw it and responded to it. At that point.
And that was a photograph, I will tell y'all, from the trial where I believe, if my memory serves me correctly, is that Paul sent Shanda a picture of Timothy because he looked ill and he had questions.
Pants were falling off of him, and he sent this photograph to my client, and my client saw it and responded to it. At that point, given that the jury, at that point, it became clear to me to tell this jury that there is no guilt here, was not going to be an effective argument for this client.
Was that discussed with Ms. Vander Ark?
Specifically, no, not that specific.
After that day, did you say, hey, listen, option one's off the board, we're going to have to go with option two?
No, sir.
At any point in time was it discussed?
No, I did not. I would assume that had she been here, we may have, but that's just an assumption. I don't know. But certainly the decisions that were being made during trial, whether or not she was going to testify or not, that was done at the point when it became obvious that it might help her. But matter of fact, that's the other decision that was made when that picture came in, that she's going to have to testify. But no, there wasn't a sit down discussion saying, "Hey, we're gonna go for an involuntary manslaughter here." That did not happen.
Were there previous discussions that at some point that could happen? That you'd have to be, if one was off the board, you have to move on to option two.
Were there? You mean
with Ms. Vander Ark?
Yes, that was discussed. Yes, that was discussed along with, and I reviewed the file. I knew it was in it, along with the likelihood that not guilty was not likely here, that we would probably be doing something to make sure you don't spend the rest of your life in prison.
When the option of involuntary manslaughter came up in all these discussions, was it ever expressed by Ms. Vander Ark? Absolutely not. I'm innocent.
No.
All right. Sorry to open the door again. Mr. Ambrose, any other questions?
Yes. I mean, okay, so during the whole trial, you hear all the prosecution's case, right?
Yes, sir.
And in the trial, you make a decision, or you discuss with Ms. Vander Ark that it's probably in her best interest to testify, right?
Yes, sir.
And that occurs when this photograph shows up or appears. That was a reason to have her testify, or is that?
Yeah, there was as you know, with trials, the information accumulates, and when that piece came in, that.
Now, during your questioning of Ms. Vander Ark, do you ever ask her Ms. Vander Ark, it sounds to me like you committed some sort of crime.
Did I say that? No.
And you never asked her on direct examination, well, don't you think they have a case here for involuntary manslaughter? Do you ever ask her anything like that during the trial?
No.
And I think on direct examination, you kind of said that it was your argument to make to the jury that she was guilty of involuntary manslaughter.
Yes.
And yeah, I have nothing further.
He says,
Just
yeah,
very
got
briefly.
nothing. Oh,
She wasn't convicted of manslaughter, was she?
No.
So the jury rejected your concession anyway.
Yes.
So there's no, well, never mind. I have no further questions.
Any follow-up to that?
okay, that was great. That was great. We're going to rewind that just because I want to hear her say that again.
Jury rejected your concession anyway.
Yes.
So there's no, well, never mind. I have no further questions.
Yep. No further
Any follow-up
questions.
to that, Mr. Ambrose?
I'm through.
All right, good enough. May this witness stand down, Mr. Ambrose. May he be excused.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Johnson.
Ms. Quest. All right, thank you, Mr. Johnson.
Thank you,
You
Your
are
Honor.
excused. All right, Mr. Ambrose, you can call your next witness.
I will call Shanda Vander Ark.
All right, Ms. Vander Ark, if you want to come on around. Please remain standing and raise your right hand to be sworn as best you can.
No makeup on, y'all. No makeup on. I fucking turned my camera on. Shonda's going to take, what the fuck? She's taking the stand, y'all. Okay. Yep. Y'all know me. My big mouth. What? Okay. Camera back. Oh my God. Y'all, she's taking the stand. What is going to happen?
This matter now pending. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right, put your hand down and grab a seat. Please state your name for the record, spelling your first name and last name.
Shanda Vander Ark, Shanda Vander, space capital ARK.
All right, go ahead, Mr. Ambrose.
Ms. Vander Ark, you heard the, well, first off, your medical condition. Let's just briefly go through that. How's your condition right now?
I'm miserable. I'm lightheaded. My head is just splitting.
Okay, no, we're not up here for no fucking pity party. We're not going to sit here. I got a headache. I needed a Tylenol. They don't. No, just, oh, Lord. Okay. Okay. All right. All right.
The back of my neck hurts constantly. It's something that goes along with the thyroid issue, I guess. I've been shaking. This is almost constant now. It started a couple days a week for a few hours at a time, and it's almost constant now.
Would it be your preference to testify at another time?
Absolutely. I feel like garbage.
We don't care.
With that, Your Honor, I would
We don't care.
renew my.
You know what? You know what? We don't care. You know why we don't care? You know why we don't care? Where's Timothy? Does he get the chance to shake? Does he get the chance to have a sore neck? Does he get the chance to have a headache? Fuck you, Shanda.
Request for an adjournment.
Can I have a sidebar with the attorneys real quick?
No, no sidebar. Y'all, I'm sorry. I'm pissed. I'm pissed. Don't come up here talking about. No. 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 Not acceptable.
All right. We're back on the record and People versus Vander Ark. Ms. Vander Ark, you can stand down. You can go sit next to your attorney. This is, as a practical matter, it's 1:49 p.m. The people indicate they have 3 witnesses they wish to call. Mr. Ambrose obviously prefers his client be in a better medical condition. Quite frankly, this is likely to go on past today anyway. So because of that, there's really no point right now in pushing her testimony forward right now if she's not feeling well. I think the parties, and correct me if I'm wrong, agreeing. Mr. Ambrose, you don't have any objection to the prosecution at this point in time calling her witnesses out of order. That way we can come back here for Ms. Vander Ark. Is that true?
That is true.
Anything, Ms. Bloomquist?
I'll leave it in the court's discretion, but I'm ready to proceed with my witness.
Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to let little Miss Shanda sit over there with her head down on the desk
with no Tylenol and go ahead and let the state proceed with the 3 that they have so she can rest a little bit longer and not be so shaky with a headache. Get out. But let's proceed. I'm ready.
Okay, well, let's do that. So, Ms. Bloomquist, you can call your first
The
witness.
people call Melinda Kotecki.
Be sworn, please. This matter now pending. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
All right, put your hand down and grab a seat. Please state your name for the record, spelling your first name and last name.
Melinda Kotecki, Melinda Kotecki.
Go ahead, Ms. Bloomquist.
Hey, good afternoon, Ms. Kotecki. Could you please state for the record where you're currently employed?
The Muskegon County Public Defender's Office.
And what is your job title there?
I'm the Chief Social Worker.
Okay, and how long have you been employed there?
Just over 2 years.
And before you were at the Muskegon County Public Defender's Office, what's your educational history like?
I obtained my bachelor's degree in social work from Kuiper College in 2011 and then got my master's degree in social work from Western Michigan University in 2015.
And did you work anywhere after you received your degrees before the Muskegon County Public Defender's Office?
Yes, after I got my bachelor's degree, I worked at an inpatient psychiatric hospital, Pine Rest, and also worked at a residential treatment center for eating disorders. After I obtained my master's degree, I worked at Community Mental Health of Kent County for 8 years before coming to the Public Defender's Office.
Okay, so how many years in total have you been a master's level social worker?
It'll be 10 in May. Yes.
And were you the social worker assigned for the Public Defender's Office to the case involving Shanda Vander Ark?
For part of it, my understanding is I believe that she was arrested prior to my hire. Once I was hired in September of 2023, that's when I began working on the case.
And could you just describe for the judge, was there a defense team working on Ms. Vander Ark's case?
Yes. In addition to the attorney, Fred Johnson, there was also a second chair attorney, myself. My understanding is that the social worker prior to my hire had met with Ms. Vander Ark, and our office also utilizes a research attorney and an investigator.
So this wasn't just Mr. Johnson and yourself, there was a whole team?
Correct.
Correct?
Yes.
Okay. And did you meet with Mr. Johnson and Ms. Vander Ark together?
Yes.
On this case?
Yes.
How many times would you approximate that happened?
Prior to her trial, I believe twice. During her trial, we met daily.
Did you sit in on the trial?
Yes.
And I apologize, I'm not aware, but where were you at during the trial? Were you near counsel table or were you in the gallery?
Yes, I was near counsel table, not at the table with Fred and Ms. Vander Ark, but in the chairs directly behind.
So you were aware of what was going on during the trial?
Yes.
Were you there every day?
Yes.
So let's talk about the time before trial and those meetings between Mr. Johnson and Ms. Vander Ark. How would you describe Mr. Johnson's interactions with her?
I would, from my perspective, it seemed as though they had a good working relationship. They seemed as though they, communicated freely, both about the case and even just seemed to have an overall good rapport, I would say. They both were big sports fans and they talk about football. From my perspective, recognizing that they likely had meetings without me present as well, it seemed as though they communicated openly with each other.
Did it ever appear as if Mr. Johnson was just going to do things his own way without consulting her or taking her feedback?
Not at all.
Was he receptive to collaboration with her?
Yes.
How was her demeanor in those conversations?
I would say that she seemed very engaged. She was very eager to offer her own thoughts and feedback about kind of case strategy and its, I guess, demeanor, mood-wise. I mean, she seemed, I guess I'm repeating myself, but the best word I can think of is she seemed very engaged.
Now, you did mention though that she had thoughts on strategy. Were you present for discussions on trial strategy?
Very minimally.
Okay. What was your minimal involvement on that? Or at least what did you observe, if anything?
I want to make sure, I guess, that I recollect as clearly as possible. So excuse my pause. The conversations that I remember involved talking about obtaining an expert evaluation, a psychologist to evaluate Ms. Vander Ark, and we all agreed that that was a good next step. So that's the primary discussion that I recall as it pertains to strategy.
Okay, so obtaining experts and seeing what their opinions would be.
Yes.
How generally was Mr. Johnson's tone with her?
He's one of the friendliest, warmest individuals you probably will ever meet.
And he continued that in his client meetings with her?
Yes.
Did Ms. Vander Ark ever complain to you about Mr. Johnson?
No.
Did you also assist in this case with Mr. Johnson when the defendant was not present?
Yes.
Okay, how so?
He and I would primarily discuss any updates if we were waiting for the psychologist to report back to us about his findings, or I guess that's the primary thing. I can't recall anything else specific.
Did you assist in sort of facilitating the interviews with the expert witnesses?
Yes.
Okay. And specifically, did you assist in or did you participate in the interview with Dr. King?
Yes.
And when I say that, I don't mean your interview with Dr. King, I mean the
Correct.
defendant's, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And ultimately, at the end of that interview, was a preliminary assessment given by Dr. King?
Yes. I was in, I guess to clarify, I am not the person who initially contacted Dr. King to arrange the assessment. I believe that was done by the social worker that was employed before me. When I was hired, that is when I kind of took over that role. I did participate in the interview with Dr. King, and after Ms. Vander Ark had ended her portion of the call, Dr. King and I were still on the call together, as well as I think he had a research assistant that was present. And I am not quoting by any means his exact words, but his initial or preliminary assessment was that he did not feel that Ms. Vander Ark was incompetent or severely mentally ill, and felt that he could not provide a good defense for our office.
Was Mr. Johnson on the call at the same time as you, or was that just
He was
you?
not.
Okay. So you obtained that information. What do you do with it?
I told Mr. Johnson about it.
And then, to your knowledge, and only answer if you know, did Mr. Johnson speak to Dr. King as well?
I don't know for sure. I know that Dr. King sent us a report. I don't know if they had a separate conversation.
But he wasn't a party to the conversation with you and Dr. King?
Correct.
Okay. So, Ms. Katecki, in your professional capacity, do you sort of have to assess whether or not individuals are alert to person, place, and time?
Yes.
Okay. And do you just sort of naturally start to do that when you're communicating with defendants at certain points?
Yes, definitely. I mean, most times that I meet with a client, I, have my own kind of internal process as far as the things that I'm looking for, assessing, as you said, to kind of a mini mental status exam of sorts. So a person being oriented, as you said, is a component of that, whether or not they're having thoughts of harming themselves, other people, whether or not their thoughts are logical, coherent, things like that.
So did you just sort of relay the whole checklist, or is that just a brief snapshot?
That's just a brief snapshot.
Okay. So could you just walk us through what your general checklist would be when you're communicating with a defendant?
Sure. I would note any kind of observable things. So like, are they disheveled? Are they, as best they can, given the circumstances of being in jail, you know, kind of tending to their hygiene? Is their speech pressured? Is it unusually slow? Sometimes that can be an indicator of like a thought disorder, if they're experiencing what we call thought blocking. Sometimes if people are doing what a kind of a clinical term, being like loose associations, so making connections with things that you or I would not make connections with, or hearing messages from, you know, that you or I are not hearing. So kind of responding to internal stimuli. And what I mean by that is, you know, do they appear to be hearing voices? Those are, I mean, the primary things that I'm looking for.
So turning to the trial in this case, was Ms. Vander, I know I'm pointing over here where my table is, but Ms. Vander Ark was seated over here, correct?
Yes.
And so were you?
Yes.
And you were able to personally observe Ms. Vander Ark throughout the trial, correct?
Yes.
So let's start with the first couple of days.
Okay.
Did she have any concerning behaviors on your sort of internal checklist, for lack of a better term, during the first couple days of trial?
No, I would say similar to prior meetings with Ms. Vander Ark and Mr. Johnson, she seemed very engaged. She was frequently taking notes. She would lean over, you know, and communicate with Fred. I'm not privy to what they were discussing because those were often in whispers, but she seemed alert and oriented in all aspects.
Did you converse with her at all during the first few days of the trial?
Yes.
Was there anything remarkable about her conversation that alerted you to a mental impairment?
No.
Now, I do want to jump into the time frame after she testified.
Okay.
Were you present for her testimony?
Yes.
Okay. Did you view, and that was a Thursday, do you recall that it was a Thursday?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know, after court concluded for the day, did you speak to Ms. Vander Ark after the proceedings ended?
I don't remember if it was, I know I did on Friday. I don't know if I did on Thursday after court proceedings finished.
So let's jump to Friday.
Okay.
Did you respond to the jail?
Yes.
And you observed Ms. Vander Ark in the holding cell?
Yes.
Could you tell the court what you saw?
Yes, I was on my way to court when Mr. Johnson contacted me and said that he needed my assistance down in the jail because Ms. Vander Ark was having a difficult time. So when I arrived, he was already in the holding cell with her, and she was very distressed. She did not want to go upstairs and repeatedly said that she couldn't do it. And Mr. Johnson and I repeatedly, we tried, I mean, kind of, I guess, every way we could think of to try to provide the support that she would need to go upstairs. So I don't know how much detail you want me to.
So let's unravel this a little bit. So Mr. Johnson was actively attempting to get her to come to court.
Yes.
And you were assisting him on that?
Yes.
And it was your testimony that she did not want to come up to court. Is that correct?
Correct.
Did she say it in those words that she didn't want to come?
I don't know. I'm sorry.
Was she experiencing any psychosis?
She did not appear to be experiencing psychosis. I would say that she appeared to be very anxious.
How was her speech?
It was, I would say, pressured, but kind of like going back to those pieces that I touched on earlier, although pressured, it was still logical. It was relevant to the topic at hand. She wasn't making those loose associations. So I would say again that that pressured speech would be consistent with anxiety.
Was she oriented?
Yes,
Okay, meaning she knew who she was and where she was at.
absolutely.
And from her conversations or her statements, she knew what was upstairs, which was a trial.
Correct.
Did she appear to understand sort of what would occur at the trial?
Yes. Yes.
So she understood that there'd be additional witnesses.
Correct.
And sort of the court process.
Yes.
Okay. So she wasn't delusional.
No.
She wasn't catatonic.
No.
And what, when I say catatonic, what do you take catatonic to mean?
The most kind of classic catatonia presentation is one that is withdrawn. So in that particular presentation, oftentimes people are not responsive to communication. They might not even be responsive to touch or painful stimuli. They often are not eating, they're not drinking, they are kind of in a stupor.
Did you see any of those signs with Ms. Vander Ark on that day?
No.
Were you present for any discussions about Ms. Vander Ark waiving her right to appear at court?
Yes.
Could you tell the court what those discussions were?
When we were in the holding cell and there was a great deal of back and forth, I would say. At times, Mr. Johnson would leave to, I believe, go upstairs and communicate with those who were up here, whether in chambers, about the status of Ms. Vander Ark, that she was having a difficult time. He would return, and eventually it was my understanding that, you know, since it became apparent she was not going to come upstairs to court, that she could waive that participation. And so that was explained to her. I could not tell you, I guess, the exact language that Fred used.
To her?
Mr. Johnson. Yes.
But there was discussion of that.
Yes.
And were you aware that she filled out an affidavit or a signed document of some sort regarding her waiving her presence in court?
I guess I don't remember that exactly, no.
But you do specifically remember Mr. Johnson explaining that to her?
Yes.
What was her response?
That is what she wanted to do.
Did she vacillate at all on that, or was she clear?
She was clear.
Did she give any further commentary on it?
If anything, I would say that she seemed appreciative because she very much did not want to go upstairs. So she felt, or it appeared as though she felt relieved by that option.
So if there's a claim now that she never waived her right to not come up to court, is that accurate?
No, as I said, I cannot recall seeing her sign an affidavit. I do remember it being explained to her, though, that this is what she would be opting to do, and that she verbally said that yes, that's what she would like to do.
Did you see anybody pressure her into that choice?
No, it was quite the opposite. I feel like we were putting as much pressure as we possibly could to encourage her to come upstairs.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
All right, Mr. Ambrose.
Did you say that you were on the call with Dr. King?
Yes.
And you're part of the Muskegon County Defender's Office?
Correct.
Your involvement with Ms. Vander Ark and Mr. Johnson, more or less working together as a team, is that an accurate assessment? Okay. Did you view Dr. King's evaluation?
I'm sorry?
Did you review Dr. King's written evaluation?
Yes.
And in his evaluation, do you recall him stating that Ms. Vander Ark continues to insist she did nothing wrong and was not convinced that her actions and instructions caused the death of her son?
Yes.
On December 15th, what was your observation of Miss Vander Ark? I mean, where was she when you first observed her?
Was December 15th Friday?
That final day of trial.
Thank you. When I first arrived, she was in the holding cell with Mr. Johnson.
What was her physically where was she? Was in the holding cell, but how was she? Was she in a chair? Was she laying down? What was her condition?
I believe that she was sitting in a chair, and if I may, I believe she was sitting kind of with her knees drawn into her chest.
Okay. Did you appear after Mr. Johnson?
Correct.
Okay, and so he was already in there with her?
Yes.
Did you ever request that she be seen by any medical personnel?
No.
You mentioned her speech was pressured. Can you elaborate a little bit on that?
Sure. When I say pressured speech, I primarily mean that it was kind of a rapid pace. That's, I would say that's what I mean, is that she was speaking very quickly.
I have nothing further, thank you.
How is it that you didn't request medical on December 15th of 2023?
From my perspective, it didn't appear to be a medical crisis in nature. She wasn't expressing medical concerns, wasn't expressing, pain, anything of that nature. It seemed to be more, as I mentioned earlier, kind of anxiety related.
Do you think that did it appear to you that it was sort of related to the situation of the trial?
Yes.
Okay. So there wasn't an actual medical issue that you were concerned about?
No.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
Mr. Ambrose, any follow-up?
You're not a medical doctor.
I'm not.
Okay. And yeah, I have nothing further. Thank you.
All right. May this witness be excused, Ms. Bloomquist?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Ambrose, may this witness be excused?
Yes.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Kotecki. You can sit down. Does anybody need to take a break right now?
I'm at the court.
Why don't we take a 15-minute break just in case Ms. Vander Ark needs a break, and then we'll be back here at 2:30.
Thank you.
We're in recess.
Okay, they're on a live break. I am still cooking. So we were about 5 minutes behind. So we're going to go back over here and we're going to carry on with watching this impact statement stuff from earlier. And that'll give us about 10 minutes to let them finish out their break. Ready?
Again, I know the court has no discretion to impose, and we certainly welcome and stand wholeheartedly behind the court here having to impose the life without parole sentence. But I would say this, the court does still have some work to do because it does have to impose a sentence for that first-degree child abuse case. And as the court is aware, and we've not contested the guidelines in this case, they call for a minimum sentence of between 135 and 225 months. But I submit to the court, if ever there was a case where the guidelines don't even come close to reflecting the charge, it's this case. If not this case, then I can't even fathom what case it would be. even with the offense variable scored at nearly double what would be necessary to maximize that score, that still doesn't even scratch the surface of what this woman did. I don't know, frankly, what number to suggest to the court. For years, I practiced in front of Judge Hicks. I know that Your Honor did as well. And Judge Hicks would frequently throw out numbers when he was discussing the discretion that the court has for life offenses, to throw out just numbers that just seem ridiculous. They don't seem ridiculous in a case like this. They just don't. Because nothing, again, can touch what this case was. Nothing will bring Timothy back. We all know that. We can't escape that tragedy. That the time for that has passed. But I would ask the court to send a message here that reflects how heinous, how callous, how cold, use whatever adjective you want to describe these actions. That even for that first-degree child abuse case, that's what this sentence should reflect. And those guidelines just don't even come close. So I leave it in the court's discretion here, and again, knowing that despite what decision it makes on that charge, it has no discretion with the life without parole sentence. And the only solace I take away from this, and I hope all the relatives and all the loved ones and all the people that cared about Timothy know that the only thing we can do at this point, and the only thing this court should do at this point, is to make sure that Ms. Vander Ark never sees a day of freedom again. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Roberts. Mr. Johnson, any allocution on behalf of your client prior to sentencing?
Yes, Your Honor, if I may. Very few people, I think, in this courtroom have the experience of going into a jail to meet your client for the first time. I know Your Honor has. And it's a strange feeling to go in there, because usually when we go in there, Judge, we've read a police report, and in some of those cases it describes something just horrible, just a terrible thing that's happened. And we go into those jail cells and we see this client, and we're looking because we're expecting to see horns in the tail and the pitchfork. That's what is being described. And we get in there and we see just a person who is now facing jeopardy due to the worst thing that she's ever done in her life. And whatever else has made this person that way is not in the guideline scores. In my client's case, Judge, as you've read the pre-sentence and the people have read it and it's been admitted, her biological father, my client's biological father, died when she was 8 years old. And he also sexually and physically abused her, which means he began before she turned 8. And as the court is aware, we don't catch these guys the first time, and especially when force and violence is used, they can hide their transgressions for years. Once this man is out of her life, another man comes into her life, her stepfather, who does the same thing until she's old enough to move out of the house. The court is also aware that my client has also had the burden of mental health issues. And quite frankly, the reality is when people are conditioned to believe that that's the sort of treatment that they deserve by their father and their stepfather, and their mother's not going to protect them, or they tend to seek out that sort of abuse in the spouses. So the abuse continues all through the youth of her life until she finally frees herself with this man. And what does she do when she frees herself? She puts without resources, she has no wealth, without resources, she puts herself through college. She puts herself through law school. She not just puts herself through, she's second in her class in college, and she's second in her class in law school. And she has, eight books from law school, which she's, jokingly told us twice what her stepfather had. They talked about those things. She goes on and she provides a home for her 3 children and her ailing husband while going to school full time, while being a mother full time, while working full time. She does all these things. But she makes a mistake. She makes one decision she shouldn't have made. She says yes. She has no criminal history. I couldn't find a speeding ticket. She raised dogs. She did Herculean stuff. When she got that phone call telling her that Timothy is either going to come to her or he was going to go into foster care, she says yes. Had she said no, I already have a house full of people I can't afford. We don't have the resources. Had she said no, my husband's sick. I have a 20-year-old son who's still living off us, sleep on the couch. Had she said no, Timothy would be alive today, and he would probably be in the loving care of a foster family, probably someone who could take care of kids with special needs. Had she said no, with her academic backgrounds, and quite frankly, given the fact of she has a relative in the legal profession who's highly regarded in the profession, she would now be practicing law and probably be doing very well at it, given her academic abilities. But she didn't say no. She did what moms do. So that's my boy, my baby. I'm taking him home and I'm bringing him into the house. She brought him in knowing that she shouldn't have him there because she doesn't have custody. She brought him in knowing that she couldn't get him into schools and get him in the because she didn't have custody. Her ex-husband was not going to assist her in that. She brought him in knowing she wasn't going to get any more financial assistance. It wasn't her intention for us to be here. It was never her intention. Something broke. If she said no, or if we wouldn't be here, something broke. Judge, this case makes no sense to anybody. There is no gain for her from this conduct. And if the court heard the transcripts of those emails, those text messages, she and Paul are unaware of the damage. They don't see it. How could you not see it? Because something's broken. There was no specific intent here. There's no intention. Her intention was to mother her kids like she did the other two children that were in her home household. That was her intention. Her intention was to provide, as she did with the other two kids. You don't see this with the other children. This is justice. Something about this boy and this woman broke. 30 years ago, we didn't know about postpartum depression. 20 years ago, we didn't know about postpartum psychosis. Someday, somebody's going to tell us what's wrong with this woman and why anyone would be capable of what she did. Someone's going to explain it. 400 years ago, we burned people like her at the stake because the bloodlust was there. And that's what made people feel better. And that was their solution to a horrible situation. Well, there is Mr. Roberts' description of this offense. Nothing's inaccurate. Nothing he said do I disagree with. But I think you have to add in the part that something's wrong here. Something's wrong here. And even if we can't put a label on it, we all know it. Timothy was her blood son. This wasn't some child. This wasn't a financial gain. This wasn't a stranger. This was her blood. She gave birth to this boy. And yet she was able to do what she did. Something's broken. The human mind just is its capacities and its reasonings. I don't claim to understand, but we can look at her life before then and the circumstances, and they come together. And unfortunately, Timothy is the victim of it. That we get that. But the idea that this is premeditated or she intended, when they found the video show when she was surprised. She was surprised when he passed. Something's amiss. And I'm asking the court to respond to that reality. The easiest thing would be to exceed the guidelines. But I'm asking the court to do the hard thing, and that is to respond to reality. This is a person who, if she had said no, 10 years from now, she'd be practicing law, and people would be asking her to come to speak at high schools to talk about how you overcome what you've overcome, the mental health issues, the abuse from man after man after man. This was a survivor and a person who pulled herself up by her own bootstraps, no resources, all on her own, all her effort.
I will
This is what
say
she's
this.
done as well. And it's unfortunate.
Let me pause that to say he is putting on a great defense for her. So the fact that she's acting this way, I'm kind of offended, but go ahead. Let him keep talking. I'm still waiting for it to come back. Got a couple more minutes.
It's horrible for Timothy and it's horrible for her. But at the end of the day, we're not looking at evil. We're looking at sick. And I'd ask the court to apply that standard. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Johnson. Ms. Vander Ark, do you wish to say anything prior to sentencing? Well, first and foremost, for the individuals here to speak on Timothy's behalf, I appreciate you being here. It kind of struck me throughout the trial, you know, who was here for Timothy. And at one point in time, I worried that we may not have anyone to give a victim impact statement. And that to me made me very sad, quite frankly. Horrified more than anything, but quite sad. And I'm happy that two individuals took time to be here from miles across the country. And out of the horrible situation, that makes me feel a little bit better. Not much, but a little bit better. You know, Mr. Johnson makes the same argument today that he made at the trial, that this was just negligence. This was her not understanding what was going on. She was really trying to do the punishment. She was trying to be a good parent, and she just didn't realize that Timothy was in such a horrible condition. And I found myself, especially during closing argument, quite frankly, finding myself almost believing that. And afterwards, after the trial, I sat in my car after leaving that day, trying to understand, you know, why I could feel that way. And what I realized is that I wanted to feel that way because I didn't want to accept the reality of the situation here. And the reality of the situation here is that this person, Ms. Vander Ark, you intentionally engaged in these acts. This wasn't negligence. This is not understanding why, but you intentionally did this with a goal. And I think Mr. Johnson's correct. I don't believe there was an intent to kill here, because you would have lost the very thing that you wanted to torture. Without him, you have no one to torture, except maybe the younger children. So I don't believe you intended to kill him. I think you intended to continue on torturing him for as long as you possibly could. The why, I don't know. But all the information.
You know, that's a very, very disturbing statement. Very disturbing statement.
That I have in front of me, and I sat down, I really thought about this, and I looked over my notes from the trial, demonstrate that this wasn't negligence. This wasn't you not understanding what was going on. You look through, I read through every single text message of the exhibit, 2,000 plus pages, to try to understand what the heck was going through your mind.
And yet we still don't know what the heck was going through her mind. Let's switch back over. We are now back in court. It is live again.
All right, back in the record in People versus Vander Ark, 23110 FC. Ms. Bloomquist, you can call your next witness.
Thank you. And I guess just one matter for the record before I call my next witness. I know I previously said that I had 3 witnesses. There's been another witness that just based off of some
We get 4.
discussions outside of the courtroom. I may add a 4th, but I didn't want to catch Mr. Ambrose completely off guard because we discussed witnesses last week. It would be potentially Mr. Roberts, just for a couple of communications that he was there present for with Mr. Johnson. So I just wanted to alert the court to that since I previously said 3 witnesses.
Okay, Mr. Ambrose?
I'd object, Your Honor. I mean, I'm prepared for 3.
Your Honor.
Probably have to.
Well, let's see what we can get done, and then we'll go from there. So if Mr. Roberts is a potential witness, then I'll have him excuse himself. And so I'm going to reserve a decision at this time on that, see where we're at. I'd like to get as much done as possible.
Your Honor, I anticipate I could be done as early as 3 o'clock too.
Okay, all right.
So I call Katie Evans.
Okay. The whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, put your hand down and grab a seat. Please state your name for the record, spelling your first name and last name.
Catherine, Katherine, Evans, Evans.
Go ahead, Ms. Bloomquist.
Where are you currently employed?
The Sheriff's Department, Muskegon County Sheriff's Department.
And what's your current assignment?
Court Sheriff's Deputy.
So you work here in the courthouse, correct?
Yes.
And back a couple years ago, were you assigned to work the trial of the people of the state of Michigan versus Shanda Vander Ark?
Yes.
Okay. And what was your role in that trial?
It was my job to transport her from the jail to the court and then up to the courtroom and then back down.
So specifically drawing your attention to the final day of the trial, do you recall a situation that occurred in the holding cell of the jail?
In the court services area?
Well, I guess, thank you for correcting a poorly worded question. Did you have interactions with Ms. Vander Ark on the morning of December 15th, 2023?
Yes.
Where did those happen?
In the court services area.
Okay. And is that a holding cell of sorts?
There are holding cells, but where we mostly interacted would have been kind of off to the side.
So you did in fact interact with Ms. Vander Ark?
Yes.
Okay. And did you see her have interactions with her attorney, Mr. Johnson?
Yes.
Were you a part of any of those?
I was not.
Okay. Is it pretty standard procedure that once the attorney's there, you're not involved, correct?
Correct.
At some point though, did you have communication with Ms. Vander Ark?
Yes.
And what did she say?
I was putting a taser on her ankle for coming up for court.
Is that standard procedure?
Yes, everyone that's in a jury trial.
Okay. So you're putting the taser on and then what happens?
And she made a comment to me saying that if she comes up here, she was going to attempt to run.
Did she appear alert and aware of what was going on around her?
Yes.
Did she know what the taser was being put on for?
Yes.
To go to court,
we've done it multiple times throughout that trial.
Okay. And had you been the one personally to put that on her the other days?
I don't recall, but me or Levine.
Okay. But one of you
Yes.
would put that on her before court every day of her trial?
Yes.
And this was the last day, correct?
Yes.
And did she appear catatonic?
No.
Did she appear to be conversational?
Yeah. Talked.
Okay. Anything about your conversation with her that made you think that she was having a mental health episode?
No.
Okay. Thank you. I have nothing further for you, Deputy.
All right, Mr. Ambrose.
Was your former name Bassett?
Yes.
Okay. And what was your first encounter with Ms. Vander Ark on December 15th, 2023?
Probably when she came down to get dressed for the jury trial.
Okay. And you mentioned that she stated something along the lines of that she would run.
Yes.
Do you recall preparing any type of report about Miss Vander Ark from December 15th, 2023?
In reference to that situation?
Or any situation?
Not that I recall.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
May.
Can you identify that?
Yes.
What is that?
It's a report that was done by the jail.
And your name's on it, correct?
Correct.
Deputy Bassett.
Yes.
And in this report, there was a remark about her being, Miss Vander Ark being suicidal.
Correct.
And is there anything in there about her stating that she was going to run?
No, because this more than likely would have happened after the whole situation.
Okay. And
I did not type that report.
okay, fine. But you were there.
I assisted the jail in a situation because you need 2 females.
Okay. And she was placed in a suicidal gown.
Yes.
That seems to me a pretty drastic situation.
Correct.
Nothing further.
Mr. Quist.
I have no follow-up.
Deputy Evans, how many times did you, were you working through most of the trial for Miss Vander Ark?
If I recall, I was here every day.
Okay. Did you have a chance to observe Mr. Johnson with Miss Vander Ark? I mean, whether it be in passing or even up in the court area, anything like that?
There was a few times where I had transported Vander Ark and Mr. Johnson down the elevator to the jail, and then that way they could talk in private.
And when you went down to the jail, were you ever standing outside the room? Did you kind of hold there and just wait until they needed to come back up?
No, normally I would go back to like our office, which is like a bubble, and they were kind of on the other side of the glass.
Okay. Did you ever observe them body language of not getting along, being upset with each other, being angry at each other, any arguing, yelling, anything like that?
No, never heard any yelling. I didn't know if it was a while ago, so sorry, but I don't recall any body language or anyone being upset.
So basically, it was all good until it wasn't because she didn't get the verdict she wanted. Okay, carry on.
So, as far as you didn't observe any behavior would indicate that Miss Vander Ark and Mr. Johnson were having some sort of disagreement or argument.
I didn't see anything.
All right. Any follow-up to that, Mr. Ambrose?
No.
Mr. Bloomquist?
None, Your Honor.
All right, may this witness be excused,
Yes.
Mr. Bloomquist? Mr. Ambrose?
Yes.
All right, you can stand down, Deputy. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, you can call your next witness.
People call Deputy Tim Levine.
All right.
Yeah, it's more important information. I was just using.
Deputy Levine, if you want to come right on up front here. And please raise your right hand to be sworn. This matter not pending. Do you swear from the testimony you're about to give be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
All right, put your hand down and grab a seat. Please state your name for the record, spelling your first name and last name.
Tim Levine, Timlavigne.
Go ahead, Ms. Bloomquist.
Right. Good afternoon, Deputy. How are you?
Good afternoon.
So where are you currently employed?
Muskegon County Sheriff's Department.
How long have you been employed there?
Oh, probably 14 here.
Okay. And what's your current assignment?
I'm with the Court Services Division.
And back in 2023, were you also assigned to court services?
I was.
Okay, and were you specifically assigned to assist at certain points in the Shanda Vander Ark trial?
I was accompanying her up here for the trial.
Okay, so you would assist in transporting her from the jail to the courtroom?
Correct.
And specifically drawing your attention to the last day of trial, which would be December 15th of 2023. Do you recall a situation that occurred in the court services holding area?
I do.
Okay, could you describe what happened to the judge?
Well, I believe she was refusing to come up here during the trial at some point. And we decided that we would have a form made up that she was refusing to come up here. And I had our court services secretary draft a little form for her to sign. And I took it to her along with my secretary, notary public, in the holding area of the jail, where I found her, her attorney, Fred Johnson, and I believe a social worker in the cell together talking.
And so she had multiple people there with her at that time, is that correct?
That's correct.
And did she, in fact, sign the document?
She did.
And how was her demeanor while she signed it?
She seemed fine to me. If I remember right, I believe her and her attorney were just sitting on the floor next to each other talking.
Did anybody force her to sign this form?
No,
Did anybody threaten her that you saw or heard?
no, that's the exact purpose of the form that we had made up.
Did she appear to understand what the form meant?
Yes,
And it's your testimony her attorney was there with her.
correct.
Do you recall any conversations that her and Mr. Johnson had that you heard?
No, I didn't. No.
Is that pretty standard that you wouldn't be present for attorney-client communications?
Right,
Protocol?
correct.
Okay. Now, I know you answered this already, but you didn't threaten her to sign this.
No,
So I'm showing you what's been pre-marked as People's Proposed Exhibit 3. Could you identify what that document is for the record?
yes, this is the form that our secretary typed up and I presented to her. She signed it, I signed it, and our secretary signed it.
Your Honor, at this point in time, the people would move to admit People's Exhibit 3. I would also note that this has been in the court record as Court's Exhibit Number 1 as well.
Oh, okay. Mr.
No
Ambrose?
objection.
All right, it's submitted, so this is Exhibit 3 for today's purposes. Submitted without objection.
And Your Honor, if I may publish.
I may. Thank you.
Deputy Levine, based on anything you observed with Ms. Vander Ark on that morning, was there a medical emergency that occurred?
Not that I recall.
And did Ms. Vander Ark make any comments to you about coming to court?
Other than she didn't want to come to court, no.
Okay, you heard her say that?
Well, yeah, that's why we were there.
Thank you. I have nothing further, but Mr. Ambrose will have a couple questions.
All right, Mr. Ambrose.
You mentioned that Ms. Vander Ark and Mr. Johnson were talking to each other
Yes, in the cell, in the holding cell.
in a holding cell. Can you describe for me and for the court what the holding cell consists of?
This one particularly was a cell that there's no chairs. It's just a very small, single occupant cell. I mean, 5 feet wide, 7, 8 feet deep, and they were sitting on the floor. There's just a mat on the floor. That's where they have to sleep.
Okay. Was there Were you there with Deputy Bassett at the time her name was Bassett? Now it's Evans.
Well, I've been around her throughout the trial. I don't specifically recall if she was standing next to me or not. I know our secretary was with me.
Who is Sergeant Vanderland?
He is a jail supervisor.
Were you aware that Ms. Vander Ark made her comment that she was suicidal?
Not to me. I don't know anything about that.
Did you ever observe her in a suicidal event?
I have.
Was that on that day?
I do not recall if it was that day, but I've had to bring her to court numerous times, and I think she's been in and out of them.
Was there any request made by yourself or anybody that you're aware of that requested any type of medical assistance for Ms. Vander Ark?
I think some of our deputies have in the past.
On that particular day of December 15th, do you recall?
I do not recall if she needed medical help that day.
Okay, no further questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
Just a couple briefly that I apologize, I missed these out direct. Deputy Levine, are you aware of the video recording capabilities of the jail? That there are cameras?
Correct.
And unfortunately, is it true that there are no videos of the holding cell currently due to time constraints?
Correct. Once I was subpoenaed for this, I asked to see it, and apparently they only hold the data for 30 days if it's not requested.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Mr. Ambrose?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Deputy, whose idea was it to draft Exhibit 3?
I believe it was mine.
Okay, all right. When it was presented to Ms. Vander Ark, were you present? So my question is, did you walk in the room with the form, hand it to Mr. Johnson, and then she signed it? Is that what happened?
Yes.
Essentially? Okay. Did Mr. Johnson or Ms. Vander Ark ask for privacy to discuss the form?
I don't believe so.
Prior to the drafting of this, did you speak to Mr. Johnson? Hey, listen, you want us to type up this form or something, or was it more, hey, here's this? I mean, did he have any part in the idea to draft it or not draft it?
No, because I had it drafted before I got into the jail where she was being held.
Can you tell me why that you had the idea to draft this? I mean, what was the motivation behind?
Well, mine is so I wouldn't have to appear later to say I coerced her into saying something that I didn't want to go. I just here sign this and
okay.
I'll bring it up to the attorneys.
In all your, I mean, I'm assuming that while you were bringing people up and down, did you have an opportunity to see Mr. Johnson interact with Ms. Vander Ark?
Yes.
In transport or either up here or those kind of things?
Yes.
At any point in time, did they seem to be, just in terms of body language or things, maybe voices, did they seem?
I like how the judge is asking every one of these people about the body language, the volume of their conversations, the volatility of their conversations, because it just goes to show she was fine.
To be arguing with each other or be upset with each other or having any disagreements with each other?
No, never seen anything like that.
All right. Seem to be getting along okay?
Correct.
All right. Including the last day of trial when he was talking to her in the holding cell?
Yeah, again, I'm in the area. I don't listen to what goes on, but no, I've never heard any outbursts, if that's what you're asking her.
Any follow-up to that, Mr. Ambrose? Or I should say, I think it was Mrs. Bloomquist. Any follow-up, Ms. Bloomquist?
No, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Ambrose, anything?
No, thank you.
All right, may this witness be excused?
Yes.
And Mr. Ambrose, may this witness be excused?
Yes.
All right, thank you, Deputy. Okay, well, that brings us to the matter of Mr. Roberts. Just in terms of, just as an offer of proof, Ms. Bloomquist, what is he potentially going to testify to?
Thank you, Your Honor. Yes, it's my understanding and my anticipation is testimony that he has some testimony about some in-chambers discussions that occurred about the involuntary manslaughter instruction, as well as the commentary as opposed to admitting the entire video, as well as, I was unaware of this until just a few moments ago. Apparently, Mr. Roberts and Mr. Johnson went and spoke to jurors after the conclusion of the trial, and there was one juror who I believe was hesitant and took a little longer to convict, and her purpose for that was apparently to give credit to Mr. Johnson's strategy and theory of the case and arguments that he made. So I think as it relates to the soundness of Mr. Johnson's strategy, I think that's pertinent evidence.
All right, Mr. Ambrose, are you objecting to the testimony itself, or just now it's being sprung on you right now? Or
I mean, I would like to review the transcripts and prepare a little bit better than just being sprung on.
And I will say, Your Honor, it was not my intent to spring it. It's just that it came up in a conversation naturally, and then I was like, oh.
I'm just in my head contemplating what kind of prep work. I mean, I don't. There's no transcripts of anything discussed in chambers. There's no transcripts of anything to talk to a juror. I mean, I suppose the only way I guess you prepare Mr. Ambrose would be to question Mr. Roberts, or at least because he's a witness, essentially given an opportunity to talk to him. I mean, is there anything other prep work you would do? I mean, I'm just trying to figure out what would the additional time yield for you in terms of preparation, just for that testimony. It just seems like there's nothing. If this was another witness who had testified previously at another hearing or had made other statements to the police, or I'm just trying to figure out what the time would be needed for, besides just general kind of catching your breath kind of thing. So
I like to prepare.
Yeah.
And, I walk into these types of hearings with a set of, an outline of what I'm going to, points I'm going to make and so forth. And off the top of my head, I have a few questions I can ask them, but knowing ahead of time, I could probably do a better job at that.
Okay.
And I think we're going to come back anyways, and that'll give me enough time to think about it.
All right. Well, okay. So this is where the court's at. I mean, it's 3:00. We do have another 2 hours potentially. I am ready to go in terms of testimony. Okay. Mr. Ambrose, it's my understanding that your client, and like I said, I don't want this to come up later saying that this thing is being delayed. I'm ready to take testimony. So if she's saying I can't do it today, and are you still requesting an adjournment to allow her to be in better health prior to testimony?
I am.
Okay. All right. Ms. Vander Ark, is that your decision?
Yes.
All right. All right. Anything else, Ms. Bloomquist?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Well, we'll adjourn for today. And then Mr. Roberts hopefully will make himself available to Mr. Ambrose if he has any questions, as any other potential witness should. He obviously doesn't have to, but if he can, that would be good. And we will schedule this for another date, hopefully sooner rather than later. My preference is going to be sooner, so hopefully we can get this done. Anything else before we adjourn, Ms. Bloomquist?
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
Mr. Ambrose?
No, I appreciate it. Thank you.
All right. I'm assuming, Mr. Ambrose, your client wishes to be here in person at the next hearing. Is that correct?
Yes. Correct.
All right. All right. All right. We're adjourned for today. Thank you.
I'm sorry, but hello, could you tell us when you intend on coming back? That was rude. That was really rude. You didn't tell us when you were coming back. Let me check, Cindy. You fixed it. Okay. Well, you need to go lay down, Cindy, and get some rest. Yeah, that was very uncalled for and rude. Look here, y'all. It's me. I'm here. No makeup. This is me. All me. Still Sheila. Still Rubber. Still me. Just I woke up really early and had my doctor's appointment this morning. And this thing popped on my screen. I figured, what the hell? Let's do it. We're going to run with it. Cindy, text me later on and let me know how you're doing, babe. But yeah, I just figured I'd run with it. I didn't know it was going to be this long. I appreciate all of y'all hanging out with me. I will be back later, probably like 4 o'clock my time. So probably in about another 2 hours, 2 or 3 hours, 4 or 5 o'clock, something like that. And we're going to cover Morgan Geiger, her brave attempt to make a running escape. We're going to catch up on Anna Kepner, the lady that was on the cruise ship, and the Houston Bayous, who they think they're serial killers, which I disagree, but we'll talk about it. So I will be back in a little while with that kind of stream, and that will be on the Rubber Ramada channel. So until then, until next time, I'll turn my camera on just for y'all. I will see y'all soon. Till then, peace. Rubber out.
Life's a ride.